Hey everybody, get ready to do another stream here. We're gonna continue working on those jump scares on Frontrooms Normalities, and then who knows what else. It's a little bit of a late start today, but probably stream into the night, into the early wee hours, so yep. Hang out for a minute while we get started, and then we'll be back after the ad. Alright, we're ready to roll here. I've got the jump game in my avatar's face again. I wish there was a way to make that not happen. Welcome in, everyone, and yeah, so we're working more on Frontrooms Normalities, at least to start, and we got a jump scare, but there's no image, so I think it might be a good idea to see what it's like with an image. It doesn't have to be a finished image, but something that looks better than just a blank white screen I think will help us here. So we'll make a new 144 by 160. Oh, that's not right. Whoops. Let's try that again. 160 by 144. And so we've got our colors here. We should probably do black because that's scarier, I think, maybe, I don't know. And then we can kind of go for broke on tile count here because we can make it a logo type scene in GB Studio which has no tile count. It can only be this size though, so there's that. But yeah, that's fine. We don't need any camera or anything like that. No player, no sprites or actors or whatever. So we should be able to do kind of whatever we want with this. However, making things scary in Game Boy with 4 colors is not easy. And I'm not going to worry about color in this because if we do color, it's going to be single palettes per background. So, and maybe even come up with a mechanic to change the palettes, but keep it 1 palette per scene basically, so that way, or 1 palette per background, so that way it's not too much work. And if we utilize the palettes in this fashion, just give them a color basically. Like if we wanted, we could make a blue version or whatever of the same shade of green, and do the same for this, right? Have like a light purple or a light blue or whatever, and then for this one, yeah, same thing, kind of tint this color as well, and then this one, you know, same thing, tint that, and then we could have, you know, different variations of the same 4 color thing. So let's make a new layer and we'll just draw kind of what it should look like, and then we'll just go from there. And I do actually have a thing that might actually help with this. Let me, right now I'm using a, when I say thing, I mean a graphics tablet. And right now I'm using it for watching streamers, so let me get that off, and then what I'll do is I'll move this over there, and then we'll just have to manually switch the display capture, and there it is. So now I can draw with a stylus, and hopefully it works. Yeah, so I've got a few different hotkeys on the side. I've got plus and minus, so we can make it bigger, smaller. I've got a shift button. I've got a space bar, so we can move it. The shift button, so we can get the color. I've got a B and an E key, and a Control Z, so that way we can easily draw, erase, and undo. And then I've also got an I key. What does the I do? I'm not really sure what the I does. But for whatever reason, it's switching it between monitors. So, whatever. That's weird. Maybe I set that up on purpose. I'm not really sure. But let's start drawing. Now, I kind of want, like, you know, it might actually help if we do spray paint, right? And we're on the wrong color here, so Let's actually control Z what we just did. And do it. So we've got the spray width and the spray speed. So that's not too bad, but let's change the width to a smaller, like, kind of thing. And you know, maybe we start with the brush and then we work with that. So I don't really know what I want to do, and that's part of the issue here. So I think we want to do like a zombie phase. And you know, maybe I should even like pull up a reference to look at, because you never know, maybe that'll be helpful. I'm not seeing anything that's really too helpful here. But it's helping in that I don't want it to look like any of these. Like what not to draw kind of thing. This one's not too bad. I'll put it into a new tab. So this is kind of what I'm thinking, something like that, where it's like yelling at the camera kind of thing. Let me move this so I can see it a little better. Yeah, so, but I kind of want to change up the angle and stuff. I really like drawing teeth, so maybe we'll make the teeth nice and large. I like drawing like ugly teeth, right? And then we can have it kind of like gnashing its teeth a little bit, but not quite, right? I don't really like those last two. Still getting used to drawing on this again. It's been years actually since I've drawn with this, because the whole time that I was at my mom's place, I think I used it once or twice maybe. It just didn't really work with the setup there, and I just found it easier to use my my little miniature one. But now that I've got this kind of office to myself here, I can take advantage of all this space. The zombie is missing a nose. Hey, welcome in Cosmo the Shadowcast. Nice job getting first. How you doing today? Everyone should check out Cosmo if they haven't yet. Cosmo's a streamer. They do a lot of Osu. And what else? There was that game. Can't remember it off the top of my head for some reason. Welcome in Lumby as well. I'm off on my game. Yeah. Oh, we got a duel for first. You wanted RuneScape? That's what I was trying to say. And Magic the Gathering. Oh, we got a duel. By the way, I love this song. Let's get ready to rumble. It's a pretty close fight so far. Still pretty close. Oh, there it is. The last of it. Yeah, rotate a little bit. That was so. GG's. Well, that was fun. Thanks for hopping in the stream, guys. Always cool to have some people to chat with. And we're making a zombie for the cutscene in Frontrooms. And thanks for checking in, Lumbee. Appreciate that. Lumbee got revenge this time. And thanks for checking in, Cosmo the Shadowcat. Always appreciate it. How are you both doing today? Cosmo says, I'm just chilling as I get ready to make some food. Cool, cool. Hope it's something good. I just ate myself. Lumbee says, they're relaxing. Well, that sounds relaxing. I hope that it's a relaxing period. Sometimes you never know. You try to relax, and it's like, I can't relax. People keep bothering me, or like, there's too much going on. That lip is too big, isn't it? The zombie lip. It can't be too big. I haven't used a stylus or a graphics tablet in a long time now, so I'm just like kind of relearning all of this here. But there's no limits on tile counts for this, so that's nice. And I'm just starting with one color, and we'll make adjustments once it seems like a good idea to do so. We'll get 2 different size pupils because it's a zombie, and I feel like that makes sense. Yeah. It's more of like a zombie that's missing their nose and already starting to desiccate a little bit, or maybe a zombie already ate its brains, right? That could always be a thing. I feel like it requires more cheekbone on this side. And then maybe with some like 3/4-ishness. And a neck of some sort, right? It's not just a severed head, it's like a zombie. Maybe its arms are up, right? That looks kind of dumb though, doesn't it? Maybe we... Oh, is there a way to make it bigger? What does this button do? No? Can't remember how to make this bigger. Is it
inconceivable?
Plus and minus?
Inconceivable.
Oh, okay. There we go. Oh, we're on the wrong color now. So maybe the arm is coming from, I don't know. Maybe it's just a bad idea to do that. Oh, is the thing not working? What's going on with that? Maybe I didn't link it and mix it up. Oh, yeah. For some reason, OBS wasn't connected. Sorry about that. Can hook you up with a free Pyrotoad redeem. Let's try it now. Did it not work? Pyrotoad must draw the zombie. Why is it not working? Let's try rebooting via DoTube. And if that doesn't work, we can reboot, mix it up. There it goes. I appreciate the redeems. Let's see, what did I miss? Gonna be streaming early tomorrow since it's gonna be windy as fuck later on. That's too bad that it's so windy where you are. Cosmo says a filling spicy ramen meal is up on tonight's menu. I've been eating a lot of spicy food lately. I've been putting 2 serranos in everything that I make. And today I had frozen pizza with like carrots and broccoli, serranos, garlic, onion, and ground turkey. And it was really good. Very tasty. And before I go to bed, I'll probably eat some more spicy mac and cheese that I made yesterday. That had like potatoes, and onions, broccoli, carrots, and garlic and onion. And yeah, I didn't get groceries last week, so I'm kind of just like running on whatever's left in the fridge at this point. But it's all good stuff, and I had like a lot, so I decided I'd wait until the sales and then go back to the grocery store next week. Now, wait. In the meantime, I'm going to be chilling here and making some pixel art. Nice, nice. Now, since Rick is on tablet, I can make him play Osu. Yeah, I don't think I could do tablet and keyboard at the same time. That sounds difficult. Also, my tablet's on the left of my keyboard, so that would make it even more difficult. Gosh, I should really retry Osu with the tablet. I tried it with the mouse initially, and it sucks with the mouse. Tablet is so much better. I'll say that with confidence. Yeah, I couldn't see doing it with the mouse. That would just be too much. But yeah, let's get back to Zomboid here. I don't know about that. That looks a little bit more like a zombie posture. Oops. Hitting buttons I don't mean to. No. Yo, maybe we just don't worry about that and worry more about getting this contour right. So I think we should start with, I got a G key? I do, I've got a G. Wait, that's the new sprite button. Why is that? Did I lose all of my commands? I don't want that. Alright, I'll just hit G on the keyboard. So yeah, we'll start, oh. We don't want that. There's a gap. Oh, I'm doing it again. Are there any other gaps? No. Oops. There's clearly another gap. Oh, over here. Still another gap? Oh, over here. There we go. So, and then we'll do white for the eyes. We'll leave the nose holes this dark color, and that, oh, we don't want that. So, I mean, that's a start. We should probably give him some brains, like, left over, right? I could see a comic strip with this drawing. Below the eye too. Alrighty, I'll BRB as I'll make the food and then I will return. Awesome. And yeah, I'm just kind of noodling things out at first. I've been reading Steel Ball Run, the manga, and it's always interesting to see other people's illustration styles, and I never really fully like developed my own like style as an illustrator. I was always like big on adapting other people's styles, but I never touched anime. As far as like trying to draw the manga anime style, it just always felt, I don't know, it always felt like I was appropriating someone, or like another, it almost felt like cultural appropriation for me. Like, it just didn't feel, well, first of all, it was like, I didn't grow up with it so much. I mean, I did a little bit, you know, with like Pokemon and stuff, but it was like, I was inundated in American animation, and it just didn't feel like it was something that I was supposed to be drawing. And now I kind of wish that I would have made more attempts at it, because I feel like that would have helped me as an illustrator. But illustration's never really been my my strong suit. Like, I like illustrating my own character designs and stuff like that, but I don't know. I spent a lot more time learning figurative art than learning like illustrative art. But I was always good at drawing like messed up like bodies and stuff like that, like I don't know, zombies and demons and stuff like that, like creatures basically. I was always much better at drawing creatures than people, but then I got really good at drawing people when I was in college, and honestly, it kind of ruined it for me. The whole like only doing figurative stuff all the time. I got good at figurative stuff, and then I was like, I did like a lot of landscapes, and then I was like, I'm just gonna do abstract. I'm just gonna do whatever the hell I feel like. I wanted to, like, when I went into college, I wanted to like spend more time doing surreal art, but in college I ended up just like leaning more towards abstract, which is weird because before college I always thought abstract was kind of like weak, like it didn't say a lot, you know. And I don't know. It's weird, you know. I like when I was really young, I enjoyed like Picasso and stuff, and then when I was in high school, I got really into Dali and that kind of stuff from the Surrealist movement. And then by the time that I was in college, I found Roberto Mata, who I could actually show some of their art. It's so good, and a lot of the world doesn't know about it because, I don't know, kind of overshadowed. I think it's Roberto. Yeah, Roberto Mata. Not familiar. Let's throw these onto the screen for a bit here. So I actually based a piece in college off of this one, which was hanging in the Art Institute of Chicago, and I think this one was as well. And this one drew my attention because it was crayon. It was Crayola crayon on cardboard, I think, was the medium, and or maybe it was this one. I think it was this one. And I was blown away because clearly it's a grapefruit, but also clearly they were like on psychedelics when they were like drawing the still life, right? Because that's what it looks like when you're like really into drawing a grapefruit on psychedelics. And some of these, you know, are more apparent than others. Some of them are more surreal, and some of them are just downright abstract. And it really drew me in. All of them are just so cool. Yeah, Chilean artist, Chilean painter. But he's like really prolific. He did a lot of works, and for a long time too. It's like really strange, but also like clearly symbolic and meaningful in a lot of ways. Lots of like industrialization vibes, and then like the human figures are always like symbols almost. Like this is clearly a human, these are clearly human shaped, this is clearly a human, here's some more humans. But they're like stretched out, elongated, just like really, really cool stuff. And very inspirational to me as an artist. Don't get me wrong, I never did anything that looked, you know, just like these or anything like that. I didn't let it like influence me that much, but I did do some things that were closer to this than the direction I had been going. But I tended to do more landscape type stuff that was a little bit more grounded in reality. I really like this one. It was a little bit more grounded in reality, but at the same time had some of the same flow and some of the same like surrealist quality to it. We also did some straight up abstract stuff that was kind of reminiscent to this as well. I don't know, a little bit of a tangent, but I thought that, or I still think they're an underappreciated artist, so I like to show them off as much as I can. And yeah, so if you ever get a chance, you want to like look into artist Roberto Mata, Chilean painter. Very, very cool art. I feel like that we should use more dark tones underneath the chin to like symbolize shadow. Symbolize, I don't know if it's symbol to represent shadow. Maybe use some of this spray can. Kind of have him like fade into the darkness a little bit. I almost wish that the canvas was bigger so I could draw them like outside of it and then just scale it back in, but I feel like that might not help. Maybe it would. I don't know, maybe we should try that. I mean, why not, right? So, let me get this up. What we'll do is we'll change the canvas size, and we'll just duplicate it by 4, or multiply it by 4. And we'll do that. Oh, that's the opposite of what I wanted to do. There we go. So now we can kind of figure out the rest, because I feel like the torso or like the neck area is just like ruining the image for me. So like, let's just go ahead and draw the rest of its body, right? Oh, we're in the wrong thing. Here we go. And then like, we make a new layer, we can kind of like get a center line and like a head shape, right? And kind of measure the rest of the body this way. So like the torso would come down to, you know, like the rib cage would be like down here, and we'd have like something like that. And it would probably be more shaped like that. And then we could even do the arms, right? I mean, we don't have to keep them. This is all on a separate layer, so I can just get rid of it. But I feel like it'll help me get the general shape of like how this should all look. Maybe we get another color in here so we can see better. So I think what might need to happen is that we actually come up with this line a little bit more here. And I kind of do like the idea of putting the hands in there, as long as we can get them to look okay. It'll be hard to do with it like that though. So like, I don't know, I feel like they need to be like much bigger, which makes it hard because the face is there. But it definitely adds to like the jump scare aspect of it. If it has hands in the picture, because then it seems like it's going to grab you. And it's so close that you can't even see the hands or the rest of the body. As long as they still look like hands is the thing, right? So, and then because they're close to you, like there'll be more light on the hands. Kind of get the pad shape of the hands in the light. Oh, Ari Boops, welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. Sorry, it took me a second to notice. 10 minutes. Sorry about that. I'm in the zone. Everyone should check out Ari Boops if they haven't yet. Playing Guild Wars. I was lurking. It looks like you raided out though, so. But yeah. I hope you had a good stream. Sorry I didn't have a chance to say anything. I was kind of getting ready for my own stream here. Had a lot of little short things to do. Like, I don't mind if the outcome of this looks kind of sketchy in the end either. Like, that's another thing, like, that doesn't bother me. In fact, I was thinking it might be cool to make it, like, intentionally, like, abstract even. So that way, we can kind of just, like, use that same style and get, like, really abstract with it. You know, maybe do, like, a blob with eyes or something like that. You know. And everything in the game is so like, this pixel goes here, this pixel goes here, this is architecture, this is a straight line, this is a diagonal line, this is perspective. So I think it'd be nice to have that juxtaposition of like, this is a blobby mess that kind of resembles a grotesque figure, right? Why not? Sometimes the blobby mess has more emotion in it than an accurate like description, right? Or illustration, really. I kind of like that, and then we could do like that light color for the outside, maybe give it some like blood vessels. But yeah, this type of art really kind of comes natural to me. I know it's not like really fantastic looking yet or anything like that, but even as a kid, I was able to always like do grotesque disfigurements like fairly easy. I think part of it is that like it doesn't have to like look just like it, and you can kind of make the rest up in your head, right? Of course, like I said, this isn't exactly how I'd like it to be yet, and it's probably gonna get a lot of changes before it is. I'm not sure if that looks better. Like, I like the sketchiness of it, but sometimes it's like too much contrast, right? I feel like this hand needs to be bigger now, because this one's like massive. But yeah, like I said, we don't need to perfect this image anytime soon. I just kind of want something in there that looks better than the placeholder we already have, so... well, didn't want that button. Let's Control-Z that. There's like a eraser switch button on there, on this stylus, since there's no eraser on the backside. And sometimes it gets hit even though you didn't hit the button. It's kind of weird. It's a XP pen. Not the world's greatest, but pretty great for the budget. I think I got this for 300 used. It's a 22-inch. It's like an Artist Pro 22E, I think is what it is. Or maybe it's just a... I don't know if it's a Pro or not. Artist 22E? I think that's what it is. I don't really know. I always forget. The one that has 16 buttons on it. But it doesn't have an endless encoder. I think there's one kind of like it that has an endless encoder. Endless encoder is like a dial that has no end. Right, a dial like has a 0 to 100, and endless encoder just keeps going. But yeah. So I think the pads of the hand need to be more defined here. kind of like the vertical lines as like a stylization for shadow. So I might do some of that in the background. But for the flesh, I kind of want to get like the I don't like that line. The planes of the face kind of working more like what I want. I feel like it could use hair also. Like not a whole lot, but like just enough so it seems like they used to have hair. I feel like they should have like an ear, right? Zombies still have ears usually. I still feel like the chin is a little bit too big. I know it's supposed to be like right in your face, but it's still just like real big. Something we could do. Oh, that's not gonna work. If we put this layer underneath this layer. I don't know why it's not letting me do it. Well, I'll do it with the mouse. And then we fill this in. And then we could, what are we doing? Shift G, we'll do dithering, and we'll use, you know, maybe we'll use a spherical dithering up. And we'll, hey Wallace!
Hey!
Thanks for checking in.
Alone.
Are you in ads right now, Wallace? I'll say hello when the ads are over regardless. But it would be cool to do like a vertical line based one. I know a lot of these are diagonal, but there's some vertical ones in here too. Maybe this one? And we'll do the opposite of that. And then, cause oh well, you're welcome. Welcome in, Wallace. I hope that you're having a wonderful day. And what are you up to? We're making pixel art for the jump scares. Nothing too finished or anything, but something that looks better than the white placeholder. But I hope you're having a lovely Sunday, if it is Sunday where you are. And yeah, we're doing good here. I'm using a graphics tablet, so I'm still kind of getting used to it. I haven't done a whole lot in a long time with this graphic tablet, so it looks scary and good. Well, thank you. I don't think it looks fantastic yet, but it's getting there. I'm glad it looks scary. I'm just kind of noodling, to be honest. But I'm glad you like it. Or you think it looks good. I kind of wanted it to look like, you know, sketchy and very different from all the clean geometric lines of the rooms. Kind of hit on different styles and that kind of stuff. Excuse me. He's kind of got like a pig nose thing going. Like someone chopped off his nose or it started to decompose. But yeah, scary is what we're going for. We want it to actually kind of scare people. We want people to be like, well, I didn't see that coming, kind of thing. I'm a little worried that it'll confuse players about the premise of the game and the actual mechanics of the game, because it will literally have nothing to do with anything else in the game. It's just going to be like catch you off guard. And that will be the purpose. I want to watch a movie, but I don't have Netflix. Oh, well, that sucks. Also, there's nothing good on Netflix. I checked. There's nothing worth watching on Netflix. God, I bet I get back and this is looking really good. Oh, well, thank you. I'm still just kind of noodling here. Maybe it looks better to you guys, but I don't know. It just like I don't know. Doesn't have a good like sense of figure to me. It just seems like a blob, like a malformed face, which I guess is what I was going for, but I kind of want it to look kind of human, like it at least used to be human. Easy Perp, welcome in. Signs is on Netflix. Interesting. I haven't seen Signs in a long time. But I remember liking it when I saw it in the theaters. I remember getting stoned afterwards and sitting in a rural area where there's cornfields nearby and being like, fucking aliens, man. Fucking aliens. And everyone was like, yeah, man, fucking aliens. Not a terrible movie by any means. It's pretty good, really. But yeah, it kind of led M. Night Shyamalan on like a spree of twist movies, and not all of them were so good. Like I remember this one. I can't remember. I saw the film and I didn't really like it that much, but I can't remember the name. But it was like the trailer was literally just like trees rustling and like scary music, and it was like clearly something was coming, but we didn't know what it was. I liked The Mist. The Mist was pretty good. The Happening, you remember? Yeah, The Happening. I remember the trailer being like, that must be like the lowest budget trailer ever. Like nothing is explained. It's just pure suspense, and it's the trees are the bad guy. The rustling of the trees, like, oh shit, it's happening. What's happening? I don't know. The happening is happening. And I like The Mist more. I like The Mist. The Village. Everything is the something with that, isn't it? It should have been The Signs. That was before he fell into that pattern. But The Village I didn't like. I didn't like The Village. I won't ruin it for you, but I guessed the twist like right away. It's kind of like 13 Ghosts. Did he do 13 Ghosts too? Because I guess the plot on 13 Ghosts, or not 13 Ghosts. What am I trying to say? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I'm thinking of a different movie. Not 13 Ghosts. The one with Bruce Willis. The I See Dead People movie. What was that one called? Shit. Sixth Sense. I knew there was a number involved. Sixth Sense. You know what I'm talking about. I can't say it now that I'm reading it wrong. Sense. Sixth Sense. That's a hard thing to say, actually, if you say it quickly. Sixth Sense. Sixth Sense. It sounds like you're trying to say Sixth Sense. But yeah, the Sixth Sense. I guessed the plot on that like right away, and then I was like really bored throughout the whole movie, and then at the end I was like, okay, can we go now? Like it was one of those, like, I feel like I would have enjoyed it if I was, you know, unaware that there was a twist ending. But I didn't know that going into it. I just assumed, like, and then the whole time that I was watching it, I was just thinking about plot holes, right? Because it just, like, there's so many little things that aren't shown. It's like the camera isn't there, so it lets the viewer assume that it happened. But Bruce Willis was there, so why didn't he know what happened? You know what I mean? The camera might not have been there, but it implies that Bruce Willis was there. So, I don't know. It was like a they used the camera as a device to convey the plot, which no longer makes sense if you imagine yourself in the point of view of the main character and not the camera. And I didn't like that. I was like a little bit upset about it. It wasn't a terrible film, but it just upset me that it was like, hey, come on now. That reminds me, around the same time when Unbreakable came out, that one wasn't too terrible for like a superhero movie. It didn't feel like a superhero movie. I don't really like superheroes like as a thing. So like for something to be a superhero thing and not feel like a superhero thing, I actually enjoy that a lot more. But yeah. I feel like that jawline helped a lot with this image. It kind of looks like that guy from the Spider-Man movies, the Green Goblin guy. Can't remember his name. He was in Boondock Saints, right? He was the cop in Boondock Saints. Yeah. But yeah, you know what? There are some really good free movies on YouTube. I can't think of any off the top of my head. Mostly documentaries. If you like game development, every once in a while I just search game dev or game development documentary, and there are so many good options there. Like, do you know about the Zelda development story? Because it's super interesting. The newest Fast 10 is on YouTube. I don't know what that is at all. Fast 10. Never heard of that. But there are a lot of good things on YouTube for free. Some of them will say like with ads, free with ads, and then they don't show any ads, and I'm like, okay, I'm down. Or maybe it's because I have an ad blocker, but like usually YouTube like circumvents your ad blocker. So yeah. But yeah, I'm big on game dev documentaries. Those are some of my favorites. Like, it feels like a film to me, like a real, like, it should be in the theaters type thing. Like, more people should know about this stuff, you know? The Zelda one was good. Pretty much anything about Mario, there's a whole bunch on that. The devs made a Zelda doc of the making. Well, not the devs, no, other YouTubers who take it very seriously. I can't tell you any off the top of my head, but Zelda in particular has a bunch of documentaries, and they all kind of cover the same information. So if you find like a narrator that you like you can kind of flip through and find one that you like, and then they all pretty much have the same information. I feel like there's a lot of like parroting of information, but a lot of it is out there on the internet, and there's like sources and stuff. But Zelda is full of like little informational gems. Like for instance, the soundtrack for the original Zelda is actually based off of a single song. It's called April by Deep Purple. And if you listen to April by Deep Purple, which is also on YouTube, you can hear little bits of the Zelda soundtrack coming through. And it's not like note for note, but parts of it are nearly note for note. And it's crazy because it's the entire Zelda soundtrack all within one song. It's like a 9-minute song or something like that, or maybe even longer. But it's weird, man. But the thing is that the composer for Zelda was a big Deep Purple fan. So it's like, really, they were listening to Deep Purple as inspiration for the Zelda soundtrack. And it's just so crazy that, like, you know, like that all started with notes that were like already a thing in a Deep Purple song. Like that, I think the intro is like kind of added later, because I think that wasn't added until the Super Nintendo one. But the very first one it's almost, it's just uncanny how similar they are. It really is. Yeah. What other ones were good? There was a Rocket League no-clip one that's really good if you like Rocket League, or even if you don't, it's just really interesting, that story, because they like went through so much before they actually got popular, and they were like a scrappy failing indie for years before, with the game out, with pretty much the same game out, before they like rebranded, they changed a few features, and then they blew up seemingly out of nowhere for the rest of the world. But for them, it was like this arduous journey of like making the game just good enough to be noticed, because they had a small player base that really liked it for years, but it was really hard for them to expand because the name and some of the mechanics that the game now has weren't in the game yet. So like all it took was some wiggling, and then they got there. So I always think that's really cool as a dev, when you're like to think that maybe you just need to like wiggle the game a bit and find like just the right like mixture of branding and mechanics, and to think that a game that got that big was he was creatively bankrupt. Is that what you mean? Bankrupt? Yeah. I don't know entirely. I mean, I don't think anyone can really say that, but I think they were just, if we're talking about the Zelda soundtrack, I think they were just heavily inspired. And there was a lot of ripping off that was going on in that, because it was a legally unsanctioned area of like, is this a new medium? Is it music? Is it art? Is it games? Is it a video? You know, like it was kind of legally gray about what happened with IP and stuff. And if you look at Nintendo, they had a history of ripping people off, believe it or not, which is crazy because they're so locked down on their IP now. But there was this really big court battle that was like well known in the video game world on King Kong versus Donkey Kong, right? And Nintendo won because they didn't use the name King Kong, they made it Donkey Kong, and they didn't copyright or trademark Kong. They just had a IP for a film, and it was like, yeah. So little things like that are super interesting. I mean, you could find the history of Nintendo as well. That's super interesting. They started as a card company. They made playing cards. I don't have all the information on hand, but if you're looking for things to watch, there's some cool things on YouTube for sure. Yeah, No Clip particularly has some great documentaries. I think they did one, I don't know, someone did a good one on the Elder Scrolls series, and that was really cool. You could probably find multiple on Skyrim in particular. Also, there's a game dev, and I can't remember their name, but they worked for I want to say Bethesda, but I feel like they worked for, because did Bethesda start as Bethesda or did they buy out the IP, right? I can't really remember the history. Who made the first Fallout? But the guy's name is Tim Kaine. So you can look Tim Kaine up on YouTube, or Timothy Kaine, C-A-I-N. Hey, Infinite Metal, Interplay, that's exactly what it was. So he worked for Interplay and then got absorbed with Interplay into Bethesda. Tim Kaine was one of the original creators of Fallout. And he has a lot to say about the industry. Thanks Infinite Metal for that. I appreciate that. And everyone should check out Infinite Metal if they haven't yet. Infinite Metal plays retro games. They have this really cool stream where they have different voices going on. They've got Skelly and Quackers, and like it's like a party. It's just like a party in a box. But yeah, this person, Timothy Kaine, has some really, really fantastic insights. Let me pull up his his YouTube. Yeah, Timothy Kaine, from 1981 to 2023, he worked in AAA. And I think he did some indie stuff too. Video game developer mostly known for creating Fallout. I plan to use this channel to tell stories about game development, including stories about design, programming, team building, working for development companies, pitching to game publishers, and even a few stories about my short stint as a co-owner of a company, Troika Games. I have been doing this for more than 40 years, so I have a lot of stories to tell. And they do. And they're kind of bite-sized. So like, I almost wish that it was like just a straight up documentary, but like it's kind of nice to have all of these bite-sized things too. I definitely recommend Timothy Kaine's channel. It's not like the easiest to watch because, like I said, you kind of have to figure out what you're interested in, and they're so bite-sized that it'd be like 10 minutes and then you're looking for another video that you're interested in. But there is cool stuff. Like if you just pull up their videos, it's like you got, you know, from everything from staying healthy, being happy, to skill trees, pre-made character, industry pendulum swings, like traditional game mechanics, first versus third person. Like, I'm just naming the names of the titles here, you know, and they cover a lot, just like so much. And I haven't been watching it in a while, so a lot of these are new to me. But yeah, very cool channel to check out. Infinite says, thanks Rick, you're welcome. Absolutely, anytime. You're always welcome to a shout out here. And I can't wait to get a new prototype into your hands, or a new beta. Pyrotoad is nearly ready for another round of testing. I know that you just played that one, and there's... I got no fun Hey, where'd you get a gun? From my teacher. Thanks for that, Easy Perp. Yeah, so, but... what am I trying to say? Demonfish Dead Ahead is nearly there. I did do a quick test the other night, and there were some bugs that I need to sort before I give it to anyone. And we might get to that tonight. But it will take at least a couple days of fixing and testing before I give it to anyone. This game is getting ready to be done. Also, we're working on jump scares. And then, yeah, so those are the 3 games that I'm mostly working on right now. Infinite Mel says, I'd be cool playing them again. I think I've mentioned I know a couple other streamers that would be interested. Yeah, I mean, we're friends on Discord, so if you want to drop anyone, any Twitch channels on Discord, I'd definitely be happy to dig into that. I think right now we're kind of like noodling on music for Pyrotoad, so I think that's kind of where it stands. I fixed a lot of the bugs, like the audio bugs and stuff, but there hasn't really been any design changes. Oh no, there is checkpoints now, so you might actually have a better time with it now that there's checkpoints. So that is something that we'd be ready to test kind of whenever. But I think right now Johnny's been composing some music. We're kind of debating what to do with the music. I think the best thing we should do is do like an A/B test and do some things, because one of the factors right now is whether or not we should use all 4 channels of the music aspect of it, because one of the channels is shared with the sound effects, and there's a lot of sound effects. So if we jump, it's going to cut out the bass line of some of the music that Johnny made, and it might be fine for retro players, but I have a feeling that people on Steam are going to think that it's buggy. So I think that's still kind of up in the air. I think Johnny's kind of dead set on using those channels, and I have a feeling we're gonna get negative feedback on that, but it really depends, you know. Players are all different. And like I said, I think retro players will be more like okay with that, because that's like a real thing that happened in NES games. It probably even happened in Super Nintendo games. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but yeah. But yeah, we're just kind of sketching out this kind of jump scare where the Green Goblin basically jumps out at you. I don't know how it ended up looking like the Green Goblin guy. He's like, don't shoot! I'm just a zombie! I'm just kind of pulling off on the contrast a little bit for the hands here. I feel like they were like really bright, like a flashlight's pointing at them. And maybe that's okay, but it kind of like, it made everything else look dark. Got a bit of sausage fingers going on here. But yeah, like I said, I'm not like too worried about how artful this looks because we can always go back and change it. I kind of want to just have something different. And I kind of, honestly, I kind of want to get into making sound effects before it gets too late. So maybe we switch to that here pretty soon. We don't have to make a whole bunch, but at least something so we have something to test. Let's see what it looks like without the grid. I feel like the one hand is much bigger than the other, so I think we should fix that before we go any further. I think I'm just trying to fit too much detail into that little corner. Kixie, welcome in. How you doing? Hope you're having a great day. We're making jump scares because we were working so hard on copy pasting stuff yesterday, and all it does is show you a white screen. So I figured we make something scary to show you, and then probably do sound effects here in just a little bit before it gets too late. But the hand was looking too small compared to the other hand, so I wanted to make sure that didn't look... It'll like upset me if I don't fix it. This is scary. Well, I hope it's not too scary for you. I hope you don't wet the bed tonight, but it is a jump scare, so I need a reference. Hold up. A reference. Am I the reference? Yes. Yeah, it does kind of look like me, doesn't it? If I shaved my facial hair and pulled my skin off, and like got hit in the head so hard that my brain spilled out, and then someone like cut off chunks of my hair. But I'm glad that it's scary. I don't want it to be like not scary, because like the game isn't really that scary yet. What are you going on about, LMAO? I don't know. I'm just... Sometimes my mouth just flaps in the wind, and brain matter starts coming out of my mouth as like verbal nonsense. But yeah, the one hand is like way smaller than the other, and I don't know. Maybe it's further away, but it just doesn't do it for me. Maybe if we do like that and then bring down this. And maybe kind of, well, maybe remove this finger a bit so there's like more of a gap there. Although that looks a little strange like that. That looks a little bit better. It's Glenn. Who is Glenn? Alright, I think we'll leave it as is for now, and we'll go back to it later, but I really want to do sound effects before it gets too late. You know how strange I can get when I'm making sounds into a microphone. So maybe I shut my door, maybe that'll help, I don't know. Kind of prevent the sound from escaping into the echo chamber of my house. And let's make the canvas size 160 by 144. There's our cropped image. We will save it as Frontrooms, backgrounds, jump scare 1 as an A-sprite file in case we want those layers, and then we will export it as that, and let's switch monitors here, and we will, oh, that's not the quick way. That's the quick way. So we got it here. We'll copy it here. Paste it here. Here, can you turn on your drawing toggle just for a second? There we go. But I'm done drawing. Yeah, so I just have it move when my mouth or eyes move. And when I blink, sometimes they don't close all the way. When I'm talking, they close all the way, but when I'm just like idle, they don't close all the way. But yeah, pretty simple stuff. I still want to know who Glenn is, Kixie. Reflexively drawing a line whenever you're blinking. Yes. Well, I'm not necessarily blinking. I'm halfway closing my eyes, because if I'm doing a full blink, I don't know. Check. Yeah, I guess it does reflexively draw a line. I'm just wiggling my hand around. I'm not actually drawing anything. Let's face it, I'm not actually drawing anything. We're going to copy that into this folder, paste it there. You look sassy for an instant. Is that because of the shaking? Because I'm like, hey, I'm yelling, roar! I can amp that up. There's a way to do that. I don't know how to do it, but there's a way. Avatar settings. Is that what I just did? Program settings, avatar settings? I don't know how to do it. State properties, state effects. Shaking, random move shaking. Amounts. We can make it really mad. I'm really, really mad, but only when I'm talking. Really mad. I actually like it, like just barely moving a little bit. I actually can't remember what it was set to. So I'm gonna check the other states, because I can't remember. Make it go away. Check. What was it set to? 9%. Well, we could make this one more angry. I'm really mad. I'm drawing and I'm mad. Let's set it back to 9%. I was told I have to be a Pyrotoad, so... No, the half-closed eyes. Oh, the sassy is... The half-closed eyes are sassy? I see how it is. Oh, now I'm back to my hoodie. So this one, it contains 360 tiles, but we can set it to logo, and then that error goes away. And that's fine because we're not using a player, we're not using a camera, we're not using actors, we're just using the jump scare. But what we do want now is a sound effect, so that way we can like at least work out if this is going to be usable even, because right now there's no way to know. We don't need that project. Yes. So yeah, I feel like a scream would be like logical. Let me get some water in my throat. Cover your ears, everybody. This is gonna get loud. Warning. I always feel like my neighbors heard that. But yeah, we only need to do that, so... My neighbor's like, what happened over there? Did he just get a bird? Dixie's like, was that a bird? Do I have to punch something? What would be really cool to do is like a reverse reverb thing. So like maybe we do that. So what we'll do is we'll make a new audio track, new stereo track. We'll paste this there, and then what we'll do is we'll add reverb to it. Actually, what we should do is generate some silence at the end. That's not what I wanted. It put it over the top. We want it at the end. There, so now there's that silence at the end. And then what we'll do is we'll select this, select it all, and we'll give it some reverb. And we can do wet only. And give it lots of reverberance and lots of pre-delay. And even give it some room size. Maybe give it some gain. So I think that's what we want. And then from here, we want to get rid of the silence, obviously. Easy perp, that sounds really good. Thank you, I appreciate that. It's going to get even better. Just wait. Welcome in, and everyone should check out Easy Perp. They have a itch page with the game on there, Aria Quest. If you want to check out a cool Metroidvania with pixel art made in Unity, go give them some feedback on their game. It's really coming along. And give them a follow on both Itch and Twitch because they're cool dev, and they've been a supporter of the channel for a long time now. Let's see here. We're going to reverse this now. So now we can I don't know what to do next. Let me solo this one. And then this one. So what we'll do is we'll move this one over. So like there. And then we'll fade this one in so it doesn't like just like go in. And then what we can do is turn this one down a little bit. And then turn this one up a little bit by compressing it. And then playing them together. And then we could probably even like come in quicker, right? And then like fade this one in. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe we start here. Or here. Because I feel like that fade in like takes away from the jump scare aspect of it. And then we actually want to move this again, so it's like right there. All right, maybe not right there, like right there. And then we'll compress this some more. Yeah, sorry if it's real loud, but I think we're good. So we'll export this as a wave. I don't know what happened there. Why is it doing that? Export as a wave. Oh, because of the commander. Every time it does that, it hits Shift Alt, and it kind of messes up whatever I'm doing sometimes. I need to figure out a better hotkey situation for that. Alright, so this one we want other uncompressed, and then we'll do jump scare 1, for lack of a better name. And the tracks will mix down, export, that's what we want. And then I'm not sure the best place to do the sound effect. I feel like maybe before we see the image would actually be more effective. But that means we'd have to add it to like each trigger. So just in case this is fine, let's do it this way first. So we'll play the sound effects, but only if sound effects are turned on. But yeah, we will have to go into every trigger, and because I didn't make the option to turn them off yet, and I probably should have done that before we copy pasted every single trigger. Well, we didn't hit every single, we just did all the ones in this room, so we'll have to do that anyways. Alright, so it will play the sound effect as soon as we get the jump scare. So let's check this out and see if it works. Alright, here we go. We'll turn down this music so we can get the whole audio effect here. we'll just spin in circles here until we get it. Unless, of course, it's broken again, because remember that one time we tried it? And, well, one time we tried it, and it was broken, so let's see what the... Alright, it's at 9, which is weird, because... Alright, so now it's changing. So let's get it back to full screen. We get the full effect here. Oh, I forgot to put the sound effect in there. But it happened like super late. Oh, it happens after the button's pressed. That's not what we want. All right, let's put the sound effect in there. You know, we didn't even put it in the game files, so that's kind of a thing. Audio. I think I put them all in this folder, yeah. And then jump scare 1. We'll copy that. Paste it in the wrong folder. Well, oh, this is not even the right area at all. Cut it. And sounds. Paste it here. All right. So now if we go here, jump scare wave. Hadouken! Hadouken! So I wonder if we need to compress it more. So let's close these and we'll open documents, audio. Jump scare 1. So let's take a look at it, and yeah, so I think we need to compress it more. So that way we don't get so much buzz on it. Alright, so we'll export that, and we'll keep both of them. So we'll call it jump scare 1 edit. And it needs to be other uncompressed, and that, and yeah. And then we want to put it in the right folder, so we'll grab this one, we'll copy it, and we'll replace it in this, so we'll put it here, and then take away the underscore edit, and then drop it into sounds and replace the one that's there. Alright, so now it still buzzes, but not as much. It's gonna sound better in a better emulator. But yeah, I had a decent day today. I got to play some Helldivers with my friends. Hadn't done that in a couple weeks. I know this because when I logged in, I got 2 major orders completed for not doing anything. Because every week there's a new major order. Man, I just spilled tea on myself. It's okay. It's just like water with some stain to it. All right. I think that works. But I do think we should turn off the arrow keys and just make it so you have to hit A, B, start, or select there. Because otherwise you might just be like, I'm trying to move right, and then you don't like get the whole effect there. But I think this is gonna work, so that's a good thing. We do need to make a variable to prevent it from happening if you want the jump scares to be off. So we might as well do that now before we dip into any other things in the triggers and the different rooms and all that stuff. So we only do this if the jump scares are turned off. So speed running tactic will be to turn off jump scares. So we'll do variable value if variable is set to value, and we need a new variable, and this will be jump scare off. Jump scares off equals 0. Then we do that. So we should probably, yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of a pain to do this, right? So we need to make if variable compare with value, jump scare off, and then so we'll copy this event this time. We'll throw it here. We'll drag that in there, and then we'll move on to the next trigger. We'll paste it. We'll drag it up. We'll move that there, and then the next one. Paste that one there. Move it up. Do that. Yeah, so we'll have to do that with every single trigger here. So we might as well just start with these. I mean, I guess we could go in order. That might be more helpful, actually, since I numbered them. But this way, in the options, we can turn jump scares off, because we don't want anyone wetting the bed from nightmares. And, you know, that way it's comfortable for everyone to play. Accessibility features for the win. But this will take a quick minute to do here. Oh, it got moved. Oh, we already got that one? And that one? And that one? Like we're on, oh wait, we got this one too? So I'm pretty happy with the way the jump scares are working. That was pretty cool yesterday. Oh, I think you're going to bed, falling asleep. Well, have a good sleep, Wallace. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you don't have nightmares from the jump scare. So scary. But yeah. Oh wait, we already did this one. What am I doing? Or no, I didn't. But yeah, it was super cool that the Spriters resource dropped into my stream last night. But at the same time, because we were beta testing their website, I was like super worried that I had made a mistake and that things were going to be too slow to work, and I was like, oh, all that effort, all that time wasted. But it was just because we were using the beta of their website, and I left the browser open, and it was like very processor intensive. Alright, so we got that one, we got that one, we got that one, and that one. So that's still like part of me, like I'm thinking, oh man, I hope this isn't too big, I hope this isn't slowing things down, but it'll be fine. We'll get this one next. But yeah, before we start copy pasting all the other rooms, we should probably get some type of script to decide the jump scares and then call that script instead of doing it the way we're doing it. So we will have to change all of these, but it's okay. Because like right now it just has a number, it does the random, and then it changes the scene. Instead of changing the scene, we're gonna run a script that then decides what scene to run. We could even actually put this in a script, but the thing is that we need the wall number and that, so like there's really no point unless we wanted it to happen randomly differently on different doors or whatever, but we don't really need that. As long as we have a good random, it should be good for everything. But I am feeling good about the jump scares now. I feel like it'll be worthwhile and add like another dynamic that... So what I do in my head is I pretend like the game jam has already happened and that I've already started receiving feedback, and I say what will be the best and most common feedback that I'll receive, and people will say the game wasn't actually scary. It looks like it's going to be scary, and then it's not actually scary. And honestly, that was kind of part of the joke when I first started making the game, and that's why I didn't think about it right away. But now I'm like, well, why can't it be scary? You know, there's nothing wrong with making it a little scary. And then giving the option to turn the scariness off is actually what people probably want the most, right? The best of both worlds. And yeah, these don't have any of that stuff. Yeah, so what we'll do now is we'll make a script that decides which jump scare room to set it to, and that way we can change it, we can add rooms or add jump scares as we feel like it, and so yeah, I don't know, it would be cool to have a whole bunch. I'm debating what's more important. Should we do that first? Probably, right? And then, alright, so what is this going to be called? Can we call it underscore? Yeah, underscore jump scare decider. That way it's always at the top, and we don't get lost in all these other jump scare scripts. And we'll say decide which jump scare occurs. And so now we'll make a different random variable. And we could use a local variable, but it doesn't really matter. There's so many variables up for grabs here that we don't need to use local variables. It's not going to make it any less confusing. Using a global variable is kind of easier for me. It just makes more sense. So what we'll do is we'll do math functions, and we'll make a new variable. Call it variable 18. We'll call it oh, you can't edit variables in this for some reason. I wish there was a way to do that, but you can edit them here, I believe. Yeah, so we'll rename it jump scare scene choice. And then we'll go back to our decider, and now it says jump scare scene choice, and we'll set it to random, and we'll say here random max value is total jump scare scenes. And we'll even say set, so we know that it's an instruction. And then we'll set this to 1. Cryptic, welcome in. Thanks for the lurk. I appreciate that. If you're doing D&D, I hope that it's going fun. If you've already finished that, I hope that whatever else you're up to is fun too. And then this right now is only set to 1. So we can go ahead and do that. But we'll have to update that variable. And we can even do another comment here to make it even more obvious, so we don't forget. Update max value with total jump scare scenes. Explanation point. Everyone should check out Cryptic if they haven't yet. Cryptic's super cool. They mod my channel. They are making indie games now, and they play some games too, and they do art. So very cool. And sorry, I got distracted by the stream that I'm lurking in. Let's turn that off for a second. Too distracting. Alright. This one is fine, but then we need to do if var value. So, and then we could do a switch, but I think you only get so many options on a switch.
Go ahead, make my day.
Thanks for the redeem. And I don't know, it really doesn't make a difference. So what we'll do is we'll just set this to variable, what used to be variable 18. If it's equal to 1, then we're gonna grab this jump scare tracking, jump scare equals that. We'll copy this event, we'll delete it from there. We'll throw a call script here, and it will be the jump scare decider. And then we'll go back to our jump scare decider and we'll paste that there. So there's that. The jump scare guy looks good, but all I'm imagining is the dude is reacting to you coming in as Duke Nukem with a rocket with a rocket launcher about to destroy the ever-loving shit out of him. Oh my god, that jump scare art is phenomenal. Well, thank you, I appreciate that. We can get a little bit closer. Welcome in Taco Crepe, and if you haven't checked out Taco Crepe yet, you should. They do pixel art, they're super cool, and yeah, happy to have you in chat. And everyone should give Taco Crepe a follow and try to watch as much as you can so they can get to affiliate status, and I'm sure they would appreciate that. Chef's kiss. Oh, thank you. It's not done yet. It's still kind of like, you know, very sketched out right now, but it's getting there. It's getting there. I want it to be kind of deformed, you know, 2 different size pupils, and like, I don't know, have a little bit of foreshortening with the face and the hands. But yeah, still needs some work. It's not fully done yet, but I kind of want to make more jump scares, or at least make like a big number across it that says 1, 2, 3, 4, so we can test it. And it does have a sound effect too, so let's test it for Taco Crepe. It's looking great so far. I appreciate that. So it's a randomly occurring thing, and we're gonna have to make an explanation that says like on this important one, maybe something that says like jump scares don't affect the game, or something like don't affect reports, don't report jump scares, or something like. I don't know how to word it yet. I'm still thinking on that. Jump scares. I don't even know. Or maybe we use a different term than jump scares, because jump scares is like so like fourth wall breaking. Maybe we call it like haunt events or something like that. Anyways, we've got this. It's got music and sound effects. That buzzing is because of the emulator that GB Studio uses. If we use a better emulator, maybe we should do that. We should probably just do that, because I always have to like explain that, and it's like, well, we want to hear it like in full, right? And it only takes a second to export the ROM. And then also it's got that cool palette. Actually, I've got a few different cool palettes loaded in there. It's nearly done. Otherwise, I'd throw the music back on. All right, so here it is. We'll double click on that. So now it sounds much better. So if we just spin in circles here. It's like a 1 in 16 chance. And it works pretty well, I think. Ooh, nice. That's fun. Thanks for the support. Yeah, we made the sound effect on Scream. What I did was I did like an inward scream, right? Like a kind of like a pterodactyl sound effect, and then we did a reverse reverb effect on it and merged those together. So something else that I wanted to do, and I don't know the best way to do this. It comes out of nowhere. Great job. Yeah, there's no like there's no anticipation for it except like after you've seen the first one. So the first one should scare you, and then after that you'll be like, well, I don't know when it's gonna happen. There's no indicator that it's gonna happen, so I won't know that it's gonna happen. So it kind of leaves you like, you know, a little bit on your edge of your seat, a little anxious. But it'd be cool to make it flash, and I don't know the best way to do that. Maybe there's a plugin or something. I think I found it. I'm just not sure if we'll be able to use it for the Game Boy Color, which I haven't decided what we're doing for that yet. I might as well pull this down so we can all read it together. I wish there was a dark mode on this website, but there is not. So we've got this, so we might as well open that up, and then you're probably already aware of the built-in events for set background palettes and set sprite palettes. Unfortunately, these only apply to GBC palettes, but luckily a plugin made by Nala Fala, your username, called Set Palette Colors, is here to help those making DMG games. So I think that's what we want. And oh, so this is the tutorial of it. Flashing light warning, obviously, and yeah, so this is the plugin that we're gonna use. Where did it go? This one. So it looks like it's part of a group that I already have. So let's take a look for that. Hold on, what does that sound? Oh, okay, it's just the humidifier. You can get like really dry in here for some reason, but the humidifier helps with my my voice from drying out. Anyways, so somewhere in my GB Studio folder, we have plugin collection, plugins, set palette colors plugin. So what we need to do is copy this folder into our projects, Frontrooms, Normalities, plugins, and we'll paste it right there. And that's how plugins work. I feel like that would get me at least stages where I'm focused on finding normalities. Oh, I see what you're saying. Get you like scared at late stages where you're, yeah. So like you're focusing on finding stuff, and then you're like, oh, but did I check this room? And then, oh, I gotta go back to this room, and then all of a sudden like, oh, I should go over here, and then wham, jump scare. But yeah, we should probably have like another variable for flashing lights, right? So that way, flashing jump scares, you know, some people won't want the flashing lights, so make that an option. And maybe even provide that, like, put them in the options, you know, and put them in the pause menu, but then also put it here and like say like flashing lights on off, and jump scares on off, and then if we turn jump scares off, it turns flashing lights off automatically. Maybe we call them jump scare lights, jump scare effects, jump scare light effect. So yeah, that way anyone can play it, keep the accessibility up, and yeah, so we've got the sound effect here, and then we want a palette. So set palette colors, this is that event, and then we want a if variable value compare. So we're gonna make a new variable, and we'll call it light effects. If light effects equals 0, or we'll call it light effects off. If light effects off equals 0, then we're safe to use the lighting effects. But we do want to put it on a timer, otherwise it will like not change. I don't know. Let's go back to the tutorial. Because I kind of jumped the gun on that. Where did it go? Alright, so there's the plugin, DMG Graphics Refresher. The Game Boy has 2-bit color palette which can render sprite, background, and overlay window layers. The sprite layer supports 3 color channels with an additional transparent channel. The background layer, a background overlay window are both tile layers and can be either 4 color channels or 3 color channels plus 1 transparent channel. The BGP transparent channel only applies to sprites that display behind the background layer, are checked in the sprite editor. Color palette for the sprite background are independent but apply to the entire layer. The Set Palette Colors plugin allows you to reassign the color of each channel using, i.e., swap white to black and vice versa. Swapping white for black. We'll start with the simplest demonstration. So we've added that. It says to put an on in it and run, and your white background will be instead of that. And then let's build a simple switch. Add a new scene called light switch. Set the background as house. Create a global variable. Add a set variable to true. Add a sprite. Add a trigger. Attach button to script. And then if we take a look at this image, we can see I don't know. So that just turns it on and off. Lighting and ghosts. We want it to turn on and off and on and off. So I think we want to use a timer. Alright, so let's take another look at it. We've got DMG palette, and then we've got BGP, which is the background palette, and then the object palette 0 and object palette 1. So 0 is white, 1 is light green, 2 is dark green, and 3 is black. So what this lets us do is change which color gets what variable here. And so what we're going to want to do is just invert them back and forth, and that should work. So instead of just straight up changing it from the start, we're going to do a timer. We're going to attach a timer, and we'll put this here, and then we'll say on tick, do this, and this is where we set the interval. So we wanted to make it like really flashy, we could do that. I'm not sure if that's the best thing to do. I think maybe 0.3 is probably good. If we do it 0.1, it would be like really flashy. So let's copy this, paste it. So this one we're going to set the opposite. So it'll be 3, 2, 1, and 0. Put 0. And then this one will keep it normal, and that should do that. And we should probably do it after the sound effects, because sound effects tend to have like a little bit of a delay from when they start and that kind of thing. Alright, so let's give this a shot. I've never used this plugin before, so hopefully it works. Hopefully this is even scarier. But again, flashing light warning. If you're affected by that type of thing, I'm sorry, but we're gonna make an option to turn it off. So as you can see, it's doing something, but it's doing it too quickly, I think. It's kind of an interesting effect, but it's not doing what we want. So let's try to fix that. We'll do it at like 1 second, and then we'll do like a wait. For 0.3 seconds. So every second it will change the colors, wait for 0.3 seconds, and then change the colors back. After another second, it'll do the same thing. So hopefully that allows it to happen. All right, here we are. So now it's happening too slowly. But it does look cool. That effect is cool, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I think it should happen just a little bit faster. So I feel like we should set this to 0.3 again. Now that it's got that 0.3 wait, it should be like a 6 or 0.6 second interval. Because I'm pretty sure it's going to wait before it runs the next interval. So let's try this. Yeah, I think that's perfect. You like that, Kixie? We got it flashing now. Like that effect, OMG. Thank you, I appreciate that. Cool. Well, I feel like jump scares are working, so that's good. It's good, I'm glad you like it. I am going to put a thing to prevent people. Kixie, thanks for the sub. Oh, the gift sub. Now you don't have to watch ads, Taco Crab. Kixie, you've been so supportive. I very much appreciate it. Cool. Yeah, thank you so much, Kixie. Kixie's awesome, by the way. If you haven't checked out Kixie, I'm gonna give her another shout out. Kixie does indie game streams. She's been playing a lot of Next Fest games recently, or that's what she plans to do next, it sounds like. But yeah, check out her channel, give her a follow, check out her schedule. She streams the same time on Saturdays, and she's super supportive. She's like overwhelmingly kind and supportive. So check her out. And game devs, if you've got a game that you want her to play, she might be interested in it. You never know. And she has a Discord where you can drop your game, and she'll see it and decide if she wants to play it or not. But regardless, there's a nice community there who will see it as well. So very cool person, definitely worth checking out. You're welcome, Kixie. So I kind of want to make more jump scare art at this point. I know this image isn't like finished, but we can always go back to it and like clean them up a bit. But I kind of have this vision of a blob. So like, let's make more art, right? Yay, more jump scare art, yeah. Like, as cool as it is to work in GB Studio, like, we did a lot of that yesterday. Like, it just didn't end. So yeah, we'll make this a little bit bigger. Scooch it into the middle here. And yeah, so let's get our grid up. Although the grid doesn't really matter. It helps me to visualize where the pixels are, because I'm just so familiar with this grid. And yeah, I'm just gonna remove my hoodie for a second. It's kind of warm in here. It's because I got the door shut. I'm gonna open the door too. All that cool air just rushed right in. Alright, so I kind of want to do a blob. So kind of like that painting, right? But maybe with a mouth this time. That one didn't have a mouth. Like, and mouths are like kind of creepy. So we'll do it like real big. And we'll make it go like right off the page. So that way, it's like that added scare factor. Like, you don't even know how big this mouth is, right? And then we'll do like an eye over there, and an eye that's kind of like that. We'll do another eye here that's like trying to come out from that eye. those eyes are trying to become one eye. We've got this eye that's like coming off the page. Another eye coming off the page here. Oh, that didn't work. What happened there? Cool, so there's our blob. We will start with some of that. And that. And then I kind of think we should do more gradients. So we'll do this, and I've got so many cool ones. I want to find the most blobby. I think this one would be cool, but maybe like a diagonal version of it would be even cooler. If there is such, although this one down there is pretty cool too. This one's not bad. I say we do this one though, it's the most blob-like. And yeah, so I'm gonna like hold Alt and Shift. Oh, that's not what we want. Shift? No. Oh, I've got the, yeah. So that's actually what I want. So we'll do Alt and Shift and just kind of do like these spherical blotches. We can even do one in the middle. Oh, you know what we want? We want incontiguous. That way they can overlap. That looks so funny right now, by the way, because like one arm is crossed over the other so I can reach my keyboard. Alright, so that looks pretty cool. And then we could do like the same thing, but with this color and this color. So I think I need to hit Shift. No. Right click. There we go. And then we'll do the same kind of thing, but like this. And just get like this really weird blobby effect going. Oh, oh, you know what? That didn't work because we didn't put it on a different layer. So let's do that real quick. I'm going to select I don't know. The best way to do it would be to erase that and start over. So we'll do this, and we'll Control X, and then we'll make a new layer, and we'll paste it there. And now we'll do the same thing but on the new layer. You gotta buy more Pokeballs? That's a useful plugin. Oh, the which one? The effects for GB Studio or for the plugin that I'm using for A-Sprite? Because both are super cool. But yeah, there's some really good gradients on this gradient plugin. I think it's is it a plugin or a script? I don't even know. Extension maybe? But it's nice to have more than just the 3 or the 4, right? I kind of want to like learn how to make my own. The dithering effects, yeah, they're like super useful. I mean, just having dithering on its own, like even with the regular matrices is cool, but having like all of these to choose from is pretty wicked. Like I said, I kind of want to learn to make my own. Okay, I got Explore Itch for A-Sprite plugins, like for real, yeah, like. I always find them on Twitter, which is weird, but like yeah. So this is what we want. That way we can get it to be like yeah. So we'll just do circles. And, oh, not that. Maybe some ovals in there where it makes sense. So earlier today, I don't know what I was doing, scrolling on Facebook or something, and I saw that The Blob is actually a remake. So this movie that I loved from the 80s apparently came out in the 60s first, and then they remade it. So I don't know all of the information here. I kind of want to look it up now. The Blob film. So there's a 1988 film and a 1958 film called The Blob. So I'm just now realizing that The Blob that I know and love and grew up with from 1988 is actually a remake. So I kind of want to watch the original. But the 88 one is really, really good. If you haven't seen it yet, it's a fantastic film. I don't know where it is to watch. Okay, so it looks like the old one, the 1958 one, I think I said 1958, is on YouTube. So I kind of want to watch that tonight. It looks like it used to be on Netflix, but it's not now. That's disappointing. But yeah, the 1958 full movie is on YouTube, so I kind of want to watch that. The 1998 one, or 1988 one, I don't know where we would find that. On Tubi. I don't know what Tubi is. It says free movies. It's on Max. Oh, it looks like it's on Internet Archive also. Yeah. It's on Internet Archive. It doesn't look like it's the best quality. Oh, and it's in Spanish, so never mind. That's unless you speak Spanish. Yeah, it's a weird thing about Internet Archive. Sometimes there's like movies, and then you realize they're in a different language. Anyways, the 88 one was awesome. I'll check that out. I'm making a list of horror movies to watch for Halloween. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I love The Blob. It's campy, but it's like the best type of campy. It's like I related it to The Princess Bride in that, not that it's like that, because it's not like that, but in that both are very campy, but it works well for the film. And The Blob is the same kind of way, where it's a horror film, and it's like, you know, an late 80s like horror date film, right? Like try to get your date scared kind of thing. There's like a romance story in it, and it's safe for kids for the most part. I remember when I was quote old enough to watch it, I was like 5 or so, and it was scary. I was scared of The Blob for sure, but it wasn't like bad for children as far as I remember, and it was just a good one. It looks like a short 20-minute discussion about it on YouTube saying The Blob 1988, a gruesomely underrated remake. It looks like it's on Google Play as well. I don't know how that works. But yeah, anyways, good film. I kind of want to rewatch it now. Anyways, back to the blob making. Let's give it some eyes. So we'll give it a new layer and we'll put it behind the other layers so that way we can kind of go crazy with it. And I don't know. We might want to just do circles. That might actually be the best way. So probably don't even need to use the stylus here. And maybe we'll use black and we'll just I kind of like the idea of them being different sizes. We didn't fill in that corner, that's okay though, we'll figure that out. And like looking different directions. And then we can do pupils as well. Or iris first and then pupil, right? Cool, so let's fix that corner and we'll just get our gradient out and we'll pick that one and I think we need to fill it in with this color first. Oh, we're not on the right layer. There we go. And then what did we do? We selected this layer, we copied it, or we cut it and then pasted it onto this layer. And then we got the right colors, and then we did a Shift G and just did that. And there we have it. Alright, so then the eyeballs, they need like color, right? So we'll probably do black for the pupils. I think that makes the most sense. Oh, let's get on the eyeball layer. And we can fix that one in a second because it looks too small. Yeah, so we'll zoom in and we'll just do that. We could even do that if we really wanted to. That looks a little bit better, I think. And then let's do the darker color for the iris, and we'll add like strokes of the other color where we can. And some of these still need another circle for the white of the eye. I always forget what that one's called. I feel like it starts with a CH, but I can't remember. The color, something like that. We can erase that, and that's fine. Alright, so let's erase that. Oh, these ones don't have anything, so that looks kind of funky. So, let's get... Oh, we want the circle. We'll do like that and that. And then we'll do the white. And again, we'll shade these in. later, so it's not just like one color. Oh, whoa. So we'll do this one by hand since we color because we colored in, or we erased away the edges. Wait. Oh, there we go. Oh, shit. Oh. There we go. And then here, we'll need those circles. We're just kind of cleaning up the eyeballs here. Oops. You know, I just realized OBS isn't open. Let me have that open. That sounds neat. I feel like I missed out on a lot of the classics being a scaredy cat as a kid, so I'm kind of trying to make up for it. Right on. The Blob is as classic as it can get, pretty much. Considering I really loved 1982 The Thing, that era of practical effects just hits different. You'll like The Blob then. It's not as scary as The Thing, and it's not as, like, I don't know, universally accepted as like a groundbreaking film, but it's good. Like, it's good nonetheless. If you like that, you'll like Creepshow, which was like a anthology, and there's like multiples of them. I had Creepshow 2 on VHS, so I can definitely stand by that one. But I'm pretty sure all the Creepshows are good. Some of the, because there was like a show and movies and like variations of Tales from the Crypt is what I'm getting at. Tales from the Crypt is kind of like that too, but kind of cheesier and more made for TV most of the time. And then some of the films were just like downright raunchy. Like there was one that you might want to stay away from, even if it's especially if it's like family night. What is it? Demon Night, because it's just like titties everywhere. And like when I was a kid and saw that, I was like, oh my god, am I even supposed to be watching this? And the answer was no, I was not supposed to be watching it. But I was. It wasn't even my choice. Someone else who was an adult thought I should watch that. It was kind of weird. Ah yes, that makes sense. Yeah, but the ones for TV, Tales from the Crypt, the TV show, those are probably pretty safe. And then, yeah, like I said, Creepshow was definitely not as sexual, you know. But you know, I got into like when VHS got really cheap. Me and my friends, we all got into just going out and running out and buying all the cheesiest looking B-rate horror films we could, and we would just. We would get drunk and make fun of them, and it was awesome. It was some of the best times I had in high school, because they were $1 a piece. So we would just buy like 20, 25 at a time, and have movies for like the next few months. Like, and some of them were like really, really bad, but the worse they were, the better, the more fun we had. Creepshow apparently has new series. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm talking about the 80s ones, so I don't know. I can't vouch for the newer ones. Oh, it got chilly in here really fast. Now I need my hoodie back on. It's crazy what the door does. But yeah, what else was good? Trying to remember. If you like horror films, and again, I can't vouch for how well this would work with parents, but I really liked House of a Thousand Corpses. But yeah, there's like, it's pretty dark, it's pretty twisted, there's a lot of gore, and it's like Rob Zombie's first feature film, so it's like pretty edgy in most cases. But I liked it a lot when I was in high school. And then there was a sequel to that called The Devil's Rejects, and those were probably my favorite horror films for like a good chunk of time there. He did remake Halloween, and that I saw, but I didn't like as much. And after that, I just kind of gave up on Rob Zombie horror movies. So there might be some good ones after that, but I didn't stick around because the Halloween one wasn't that great. But yeah, let's draw in some of these eyes. So I think if we do this dark color, that will be a good starting point for like everything else. So we can just kind of do that, and then I'm thinking we'll do lines of black and this. So maybe we start with the black, so that way we can like get real dark, and then like, oh, not like that dark, and then like lighten it up. So that way it kind of looks like muscles, right? And we'll have to do the eyeballs too, but we'll do this all on the same layer. Oh, that's the mouth. I was like, what is that? So close that I couldn't tell. House of a Thousand Corpses looks fun, but one of my family members have a clown phobia, so this I will watch alone probably. Yeah, there's a character in there, and it's a good character called Captain Spaulding, but it is honestly one of the best characters, but they are a clown. So Pixie might like it. She likes clowns. But yeah, it's probably not the best to watch with family because it is so edgy, like, and in like a early 2000s sense too. So like, I don't know. It's all about murder, you know? So it's like, I don't know. It's pretty cool though, honestly. I liked it. I haven't watched it in a while, so I don't know how well it holds up politically or any of that stuff, but it was Rob Zombie. Rob Zombie's always been kind of benign as far as politics is concerned, I would say. He's like a pretty fair person, I would say. White Zombie, the band was kind of messed up, but him as a person, I think he had some morals to him. He just really liked horror and stuff like that, so. But yeah, it's definitely horror. It's definitely scary and twisted. Very twisted. Oh, he made a lot of films. Yeah, like I said, I kind of lost track after the first Halloween remake. But yeah, he's a well-known director now. I mean, he kind of gave up making music, it seems like. I mean, I don't know that for sure, but it seems like film is more his thing. I think he started making music because making film was kind of not a option at the time, you know? But then once he got big enough as a solo musician with Dragula was the song that kind of propelled him into stardom. Well, first there was More Human Than Human by White Zombie, and even prior to that they had hits from like 1992 even. I can't remember the names of the songs at the moment, but I like White Zombie. They're not so bad. They did tour with Pantera, which I mentioned before has a racism issue, but I don't know. I don't think White Zombie is racist, but you never know. Like I said, White Zombie had had some issues as a band. That's why Rob Zombie broke away from them. I guess he goes on record, I guess, saying that the band were Satanists and like devil worshippers, and he was just into horror films, so he broke away from it because he didn't want to be like in that deep with that crowd. So, and nothing against Satan worshippers as a religion, but yeah, if you're going to like sacrifice animals and stuff, that's messed up. But yeah, I'm not a very religious person myself. I can kind of understand all religions, and I've always found religion to be interesting. But yeah, I also think that it's kind of a dangerous thing. So now all the eyes look too white, and it kind of looks freaky like that, so I'm going to leave some of it white. Oh my god, what a lore. Yeah. Rob Zombie definitely has a background. So I think we'll do like light veins first, and then we'll do kind of just like the zombie. We'll do light first, and then we'll do the dark around the edges. And it's okay if it covers the black a little bit there, because it makes it feel like it's more three-dimensional. And it's okay if it touches the iris also, because if you've ever had like an eye ache or like really dry eyes where the blood vessels touch the iris, that like really hurts. So like if people can like relate to that, they'll be like, they'll look at it and be like, ow. Or like if you get like fluorine in your eyes. Don't want it to look too liney, so we might have to go back and fix some of this, but we'll do that after we do the dark color. But yeah, what's funny about this is that eyes are actually football shaped, slightly. They're round, but they're football shaped slightly. And if you have an astigmatism, am I saying that right? You have an astigmatism, yeah, then it's even more football shaped, and then the cornea gets bent, and that's what that is. Because I actually have an astigmatism in one eye, and not the other. Which makes it really hard to see, like, at night when you're driving, believe it or not. Kind of a pain in the butt. Yeah, I wear glasses, and it's really kind of a strange thing, like, to see what it's like to see without your glasses when you need glasses. And it's something that, like, people who don't wear glasses, like, don't, like, readily recognize. And then, an astigmatism is kind of the same thing, especially at night, where it affects your vision, like, in ways that people who have perfect vision just wouldn't recognize. Like, they wouldn't even think about it that way. But also, I kind of, I owe a lot of my creativity, especially at a young age, to having poor vision, because it allowed me to, like, look at things in an abstract manner. And I always thought that was kind of interesting. So we're gonna clean up some of these a little bit here. Oh, that's not gonna work. There we go, and then we'll do this color there and there. And yeah, that, for some reason, that is not the right color. Oh, that should be, it doesn't matter. It's all gonna get merged down in the end anyways. But I do think we should add more, like, darkness to the mouth. And that is on this layer. So we'll use the spray bucket and we'll just kind of, like, break the dither a little bit so it doesn't look so uniform. Because we've got that same pattern on, like, the blob's, like, skin. So, like, we don't really need it to be as uniform inside the mouth, and this will make it look creepier too. I want to see what this looks like zoomed out. I don't know. I kind of like the dither pattern, and now it's gone, and I miss it. But maybe we can bring it back somehow. Or like fix it so it doesn't look completely gone. But it needed to be darker. We're accomplishing that. Well, I'm not super happy with it, so I feel like we should try some other things with this, like, this dither effect on the inside. So I think what we should do is try again, but with the linear pattern and something like this, and then just do these ones and You know, maybe the linear pattern isn't the right idea. I think that looks better. Although this stuff down here looks a little weird. I don't know. Maybe we can do something more with the skin. And, just give it some more depth, you know? Like the light is not only reflecting off of it, but refracting through it. So yeah, I'm basically combining two dither patterns here. And it's kind of a cool effect. I still feel like the mouths could be a little bit better. What was that, a shiny? I don't know, honestly. I think the shinies, I don't know what the stars mean, but I think the shinies are like randomized after you catch it. I don't know. I wish there was more information, or I wish the information was like all like easy in one place. I really don't know. One time I was streaming late at night at like 3 in the morning, and all of a sudden it made a Pokemon sound and then gave me like a little like information about the Pokemon that got away. And I was like totally freaked out because it made like a Pokemon call and then it used my name to tell the information about it, and I was like, it never does that. Why did it do that? And I still don't know. I chalk it up to them testing a new feature or something like that, and then turning it back off. So yeah, I have no idea. I wonder if we do, if we go to this layer and do a incontiguous dark one on that, and no, maybe this one. It adds more depth to things. I don't know if it's better or not though. Like the teeth like disappear. I'm not sure where the light source should be coming from. I think that might be it. And then, I like that because it makes the teeth look like some of them are going back and some of them are going forward, which is kind of creepy. And then for this, we could do the opposite. Like, whoa. Let's do contiguous. We'll make a duplicate layer. We'll do it across the entire thing. Something like that. We'll erase all of this stuff. We want those lines to be black. Ari Boobs, welcome in.
Oh, and another save! Wham!
Indy made you want a FWO up. I don't know what FWO is. Eldritch God, fuck the world. We're making a blob. A very scary blob. I don't know how I feel about that. The mouth isn't dark enough anymore. Didn't I make a second layer of it? Didn't I make a duplicate? Alright, so there's that one. What if we... I don't know. What if we just erase away from the edges of the teeth? I think this works, but we need to erase some from the other layer too, or actually just paint it black. Are we on the right layer? How you doing tonight, Ari? Throw up. Indy makes you want to throw up. Oh yeah, I was lurking and then I had to turn it off because it was so you know, distracting. I hope you didn't actually throw up, because that's never fun. And I hope you're doing alright. I hope you're having a good evening. A good Sunday. Yeah, he's playing a gross game. Yeah, I saw him playing, what was it, the, Who's at the Door? And I was like, oh my god, that's so distracting. I'm really tired. I might head to bed after I finish this galaxy design. Nah, I just feel icky. Well, I hope that you feel better, and I hope that when you go to bed that you have a great sleep. Mostly yes. Yes, Indie Stream can do that. What does everyone think of my blob? Blob is happening pretty quickly. I think it might be done. It's more done than the zombie. Here's our zombie, or if you haven't seen this. We made a zombie. And now we have a blob. Zombie, blob. Zombie, blob. Zombie, blob. Alright, so let's save the blob. Oh, that's neat. Thank you. I appreciate that. Big Lumbie's still awake. Welcome back, Lumbie. Hope you're doing good with the art. I love it. I can keep it and name it Henry. AI for the masses. That's an interesting name. How do I join the chat on your screen? To join the chat on the screen, you would have to be in the Twitch. But you're on YouTube, it looks like. But also, I'm concerned about what you want to see on the screen. AI for the masses. Hopefully that's ironic. could sound like you're shilling AI, which we don't really want here. Yeah. You're coming out so well. Oh, the art? Thank you. Yeah, you. Me? I'm drawing you. Oh, you're drawing me? Is that... Oh, that's why you needed the reference. I get it now. I understand. Back to fan art. For me, that's cool. That's cool. I'm down. If it's any good, we could share it on Twitter. I'm joking, of course. That's good. But yeah, I'm honored to be part of the fan art, and thank you for thinking of me. Oh, I'm a person, if that's what you mean. LOL. It's just a confusing thing. You never know these days with people who are like AI this, AI that, like AI for the masses. I couldn't tell if you're being ironic or if you're actually trying to give people AI. Super old Rick clip face revealed too. I mean, you can still be a person and still shill for AI. Yeah, exactly, Lumbee. We're not trying to be mean. We'll give everyone the benefit of the doubt, but yeah, if that is your what your plan is, then we don't want that. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, you know, as an artist, AI is kind of not a good thing for artists right now. So, but I get it. I mean, there are good purposes for AI. I'm not 100% against AI. We had a conversation about this the other day. I just think that if people are going to, you know, spend so much money on AI and push it in our faces and put it everywhere, use AI to do the chores. Exactly. Nope, not my plan. Well, yeah, come on into Twitch. Well, if you got a Twitch channel or a Twitch account, join me on Twitch. It's the same name, or actually no, it's not the same name. It's my real name, RIKOCLON, and you can follow me on Twitch. There's probably a link on YouTube for it, I think. If not, there's a link to my website, which has a link to my Twitch, so I can put the link in chat. That will help, right? Wait, that's your real name? It is. Don't tell anyone. I'm from the era that people used their real name on the internet. And I started before people told me not to. Because believe it or not, back when I was in college, they said, that's cool, go ahead and use your real name. Now I don't think teachers say that anymore. Oh, I'm like on the wrong thing. I'm like, why is this, what is this doing? Am I breaking stuff? I am. What happened there? Go back. What? Sorry, it took a second. There's the link. I was breaking things on stream also. So I need to like undo what I was doing there because yeah, I screwed that up somehow. Is there more? No, okay, so that's good. I feel like this should have more of the black in it though. You should change it to Rico Suave. I don't want to get in trouble. That looks better. Alright, now it's done. Save it. Export it. Oh, sorry, I need to stretch. Get the yawn in. Ooh. And jump scare to PNG export. Got that. Okay, made it. Welcome in, Psycho Javan. And we're glad you're not here to sell us AI. Can we call you by your Twitch name? Is that okay? Can I just call you Psycho? Or is that weird? But welcome in. This is your gamer tag. So people call you Psycho while you're playing games. As long as it's okay. I don't want to I mean, I could call you Javan. Yes, please, Psycho. Yo, this guy is Psycho. Welcome in, Psycho. Hope you're having a great Sunday, or if it's whatever day it is where you're at, hope it's a good day. Alright, so we exported it. Let's get it into GB Studio. So we've got this guy. We can copy this and paste it. We can actually move these to a better location now. We'll rename this one Jump Scare 2. And it's got all the things it needs. Oh wait, no it doesn't yet. We didn't finish. So yeah, we got ahead of ourselves. I actually can't do that yet because we'll end up repeating some things. We want to finish the script or the thing because it does this it calls these scripts. We need it to call these other scripts. Yeah, I'm used to Psycho. Right on, right on. I'm having a good day looking for game devs to learn from. Oh, cool, cool. What kind of game development are you planning to do? And any engines or art tools you have in mind? Do you have a background in anything? Personally, I have a background in 3D modeling and animation. I've been doing pixel art for about 7 or 8 years now, and I am a bit of a generalist when it comes to game dev. So right now my thing is kind of Game Boy games, and I just love GB Studio. It's free. Making Game Boy games has like a lot of limitations, but it's a good way to like harness your creativity, because sometimes if you have like Unity or bigger engines like that, you can kind of just go in any direction, and that can actually prevent you from releasing games. So it's kind of fun to do any game dev, but it's better for shipping if you have some constraints, I feel like, and GB Studio is great for that. But yeah, if you have any questions in general or whatever, I'm always happy to help people when it comes to game dev. Yeah. And you know, what kind of games do you like to play? That kind of stuff. I'm always interested in that too. So oh, that reminds me, Rick, you remember that game I told you about? Caper in the Castro? Yeah, I emailed the creator and said that I wanted to remake it as a fan game to pay homage, and they basically said, how dare you even ask me that? No, my work is not public domain. Use AI to come up with unoriginal ideas. So they were mean to you? That's terrible. That is like really mean. I'm attempting to make a JRPG. Oh, cool! I made a JRPG in this engine, and I'm still working on it. Actually, I was actually planning on getting back to it tonight. You almost cried. Well, I'm sorry that they were mean to you. They were probably just having a bad day, and they probably get a lot of that type of stuff. And they probably had some experiences that shifted their thinking about how to be a good game dev. Because, you know, let's think about what really happened here. You asked them instead of just going off and doing it, and they said, how dare you ask me? Like, what the hell? Of course you would ask. Why? Especially because it's not public domain. And then for them to say, use AI to come up with unoriginal ideas, like that, how does that help you at all? Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I sent an email back and said, sorry for coming off that way, and thank you for making the game. No reply, so I don't care. Yeah, that sucks. I'm sorry that you had to go through that. Cool, I'm taking a break from mine for the day, so I decided to look for a stream. Cool, well, I appreciate that you found us. And, yeah. Well, I've been trying to do this almost every day of the week. This, like, freelancing is my full-time job right now, and it's not very full, so it's quite a part-time job. And, trying to make up the rest of the time by working on other projects. Right now I'm working on this project for a game jam. It's like a 3-month game jam. I'm working on Pyrotoad, which is a Game Boy Color platformer designed by Johnny Manjiro, who also does NES games. And also Demon Fish Dead Ahead, which is my Game Boy JRPG that I started for a game jam last year, and now I'm updating it with about just over twice the amount of content that it had before. So but I'm actually thinking about even doubling what I've done now. I'm thinking about trying to make it as big as like Final Fantasy 1 for NES, and maybe even thinking of ways to put it on NES, or make a Game Boy Color version of it, put it on executable and sell it on Steam and stuff like that. I do keep getting inspired by good pixel art though. Oh, neat. Yeah, Ari Boops, I really feel for you on that, where the person was mean to you about that. I really think that they were having an off day, and maybe they've been through some stuff, and maybe game dev didn't treat them as well as they had hoped, and maybe they were worried that you were like out to get them or out to make $1 off of them or whatever, and yeah. But you want to know the reality of it? Yeah, Lumby's like, what the actual fuck? The reality of it is that you can copyright art and you can copyright IP, but you can't copyright mechanics, right? And if you were to use those mechanics to make your own story, that's totally legal. That's 100% legal. And there's nothing they could do they couldn't even get mad about it. I mean, you get mad about anything, but there's nothing they could do about it. And it's a totally logical thing. So if you wanted to make that type of game, there's nothing holding you back from that. Some game devs are absolute dicks. Yeah, it's true. I mean, some people are dicks. I mean, right? Being a game dev doesn't make you altruistic. It doesn't make you superhuman. It just makes you another person. Which game are you guys talking about? I'm back. What up? So Ari Boops had asked me like a week or so ago, or last week, if Caper in the Castro was something that I'd be interested in giving an update to, or remaking, or making a spiritual successor or something like that, and is arguably the first LGBT centric game, and yeah, so it's, you know, a gay game, right, basically, and apparently the developer doesn't want anyone to remake it or update it or work on it or anything like that. So, and apparently they were kind of mean to Ari about it. So I mean, that's kind of upsetting. My guess is that they probably have been through some shit, and just they probably get emails that are less than kind, and yeah, so they're probably done with it. They probably don't even want to think about it anymore for whatever reason. You never know. Everyone's got their own experiences in life. It's sad, but like I was saying, you can definitely make a point and click adventure. They don't own the style. You could make it similar in a lot of respects, as long as you're not using or breaking copyright law, which would be their IP or their characters, their direct story, their script. But if you want to use their mechanics, you can, because they don't own the mechanics. And like things that are vague, you know, you can take that too. They you know, it's not like you're stealing if you're adapting things and evolving things. There's trademarked mechanics, but it's very expensive to do that, and only really big studios do that. So there's a very, very slim chance that any of their game is actually trademarked. I just looked it up. It's super old. Surprised they are so protective. Yeah, that's exactly where we're coming from. So for whatever reason, something has caused them to be that way. Yeah. Alright, so we should finish the rest of these scripts, and in order to do that, we need to... Man, there's a lot to this whole jump scare thing. But that's what we need to jump back into. So, yeah. We're going to have to make a new script for each wall of each room, and there's 4 walls for each room, and then put each script into the jump scares as we make them. But what we don't have is any of the jump scare events. Like this whole thing needs to go into each trigger and then get numbered. Right, so this is 1-1, this is 1-2, etc. And every single trigger on all these other rooms need that. So that's what we're gonna do. It's gonna take probably a while here. So let's real quick before we do that, we'll save and we'll show well, after the ad, there is an ad, so after the ad we'll show Psycho my JRPG, because it sounded like that's something that they wanted to make, and maybe I can inspire them. But yeah, there is an ad break, so I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. I went to the fridge when I was getting some water and I saw my leftovers and I was like, I need to put a big spoonful of that in my mouth. And it tasted good. Anyways. Oh, sub ran out. Oh, that's too bad. Sorry about that. Yeah, so, Psycho, you might be interested, if you're still here, to check out this project. This is my JRPG for Game Boy. So, if we go to the build in the ROM, we can go to, the most recent version. This one. Oh wait, no, that wasn't the most recent version. Let's go to... You know, let's just make a new build, because we did all those things. It only takes a second to build. I've been updating it. And, yeah. So essentially, I've got the enemies, and then what we do is we swap them tile by tile onto each of the fight scenes. If we move this, you can see that there's waves underneath. And we swap in the fishes on the waves, and then this is the overworld. The red is the colliders, the orange is your triggers, and the triggers are for fish zones. So if you're in a fish zone, you can fish there, and well, it's more of like a random generated event, right? All right, so here's the game. And we'll do this color. This is a fun color. So yeah, we'll do a new expedition, and you can play this on itch. I've actually got a link for it. So if you wanted to check it out, it's free to play on itch. You can download it, put it on your handheld, or play it right on the browser. You can play it on your phone. And yeah, 2 demonfish dead ahead. First up is Big Eye. Second up is Beardfish. You're up, what'll it be? So we're gonna cast at Beardfish. Second takes 3 damage. And yeah, we're just going to keep attacking the Beardfish. So yeah, I made this in a 10-day game jam that I was 3 days late for. So it actually only took me 7 days to make. Oh, I casted at the wrong fish. But yeah, I did spend like pretty much every waking hour of those 7 days finishing the game, and it was quite buggy for the game jam. So it didn't do that well. It did okay considering the bugs. I think it did pretty well in music, in the music category, actually. People like the music for it. But shortly after the jam, after the voting, I fixed the bugs, or at least as many as I could, and then I continue updating it throughout the year, and that was last October, and now we're working on an update that doubles, or actually a little bit more than doubles the amount of content in the game. So there's a second level, a second boss, 8 more fish, and then a lot more music. There's like what, 7 different music tracks now or 7 new music tracks. So doubling the soundtrack, more than doubling the soundtrack, because it was just like four songs before, 4 or 5 songs. 7 days, yeah. I was 3 days late for a 10-day game jam, and actually all the VODs are on my YouTube channel. There's actually a playlist. If you go to my YouTube channel, and it says like playlist, I think, right? If you go to the channel, I don't know, I could pull it up. Yeah, if you go to playlists, there's one that says The Making of Demonfish Dead Ahead GB Jam 12, and it's 8 videos. So technically it was 8 days of work, but that's because there are 8 different streams, but I streamed like through the night on that last one. So yeah, however that works. But yeah, they're like really long streams, so if you wanted to, you can jump around and see what I did, or watch it in fast motion, right? But yeah, 7 days, 8 streams, and I did the entire thing on stream except for like the very first drawing. I was like, I should be streaming this. My JRPG is intended to have procedurally generated everything. I'm taking inspiration from Rain World. I want the game to be different for every player. SNES style pixel art. That's cool, good job. So I mean, it's a good idea. I'm not gonna say that's a bad idea, but what I will say is that for your first game, it's probably a good idea to not make it your dream game, because, and a lot of people will tell you the same thing, if you try to make your dream game for your first game, a few different things are gonna happen. First, it's gonna take a lot longer than you thought it would. Second, it's not going to be as good as you want it to be because you don't have the skills to make it good yet. And you're going to be learning those skills along the way, which is fine. But that goes back to problem one, is that it's going to take a lot longer than you thought it would. So a good plan is to break your project down into smaller chunks that are easier to learn, easier to finish, right? Because the real issue with working on your dream game for 10 years and finally putting out your first game as your dream game, the real issue with that is that you don't get a lot of practice in finishing games that way. And finishing games is the hardest part. And that's why a lot of devs, like myself even, have a lot of games that are very close to being finished, but aren't actually completely finished yet. And that's because that is the hardest part. We call it polishing. And so polishing is an iterative process where you have something that seems nearly complete. Centipede was once my favorite game. Centipede's a great game. By the way, welcome in Pantheon 3D. If you haven't checked out Pantheon, you should. Do I not have an auto shout out for you? Could have sworn I did. Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, Lumby's got it. Thank you, Lumby. Yeah, Pantheon does awesome 3D modeling, does assets. Thank you so much. Yeah, you're totally welcome. 100%. And everyone should check out and follow Pantheon 3D. I know that it's getting late here when Pantheon joins because they're on the other side of the ocean, but very cool person to hang out with. And I definitely appreciate their company. Polishing, aka putting a boulder on the tippy top of a pyramid and making sure it doesn't fall off. Exactly, Ari knows. So what polishing is thinking something's nearly done, giving it to the public and realizing it has issues, and then fixing those issues. And what happens is you get this cascade of issues that go throughout the entire game, and you end up having to recode things that you never thought you'd have to, re-sprite things that you didn't think you'd have to, adjusting major mechanics that you thought were okay, and every little shift, if it's not done the like 100% most optimized way, will have a cascade effect. And even when you know exactly what you're doing, it can still have this cascade effect where like what you're doing seems like the best way to do it until like months and months into development, this other idea comes out and that is now the right way of doing it. And it changes this other thing that you already thought was set in stone. Can you polish before the public sees it? You can attempt to polish it from the very start. But the problem with that is that if you start, spending all of this time doing polish before anyone sees it, you won't know if what you're polishing is a turd or not, right? You've heard the phrase you can polish a turd, right? You can polish a game that sucks, and then you spend a lot of time polishing something that you don't know is good. So when you're a game developer, especially when you're starting out, it's really easy to think that you know exactly what a good game is, right? What is Dr. 973 note for? Anyways, yeah, so the thing is well, and someone told me, or someone said in a podcast that like stood out to me, and I remember it, was pizzazz, not polish, for prototypes and for early builds and for vertical slices. You want to make it look good, but don't polish it, right? So pizzazz, not polish, because once you start spending all of your effort to get it perfect, that's about the same time that someone says, you know, this would be better if it was this other way. And then you go, oh shit, mind blown, I didn't think of that. Because when you're a developer, you're too close to the project to see it for exactly what it is, or to see the big picture, or to sometimes have a great idea that someone else only can have. And that's what it takes to make a game, even if you're making it by yourself. That means your sub expired for DRP. Oh, I got it. I should have picked up on that. LOL, good point. Yeah, so like there's like a whole lot you can learn from other devs who like to share their experiences and stuff like that, because it's helpful for everyone to kind of learn from everyone's mistakes. But there's nothing wrong with like trying to make your dream game. There's nothing wrong with that. Like you should, eventually try that, or even start and then stop. And there's nothing wrong with having multiple projects, but you should learn how to finish a project before you put out your dream game. And like I said, finishing is the hardest part. And I died because I wasn't really paying attention. Could have ran away, but I died. Anyways, that's my game, and it's pretty fun. I like it. It's got these big ass maps. You can search for locations, and then it's got this second level. There's 2 bosses, and yeah, I had a lot of fun making it. People play it still, and it's not super challenging. A streamer played it straight through on stream in like a matter of 3 or 4 hours, and they said that it could have been more challenging, but they enjoyed it. They liked it so much that they kept playing it after they beat it. And honestly, the second level probably adds the challenge that they were looking for. So, and I did actually make it just a little bit more challenging after they played it because of their feedback. But that's the thing. It's not quite finished. Even though I've put it out a year ago and I've been adjusting it and even fixing bugs, it's still not finished, because every once in a while you'll come across someone that has a great idea about how it should be, or maybe it just needs to be balanced a little bit this way or that way. It happens all the time, even in big projects, even in AAA games. For example, I was playing Helldivers 2 earlier today, and me and my friends were playing it, and we go to the extraction point, and there's like usually like this like beacon thing that you can like type into and call in your jet to extract you, right? Your spaceship to extract you. And it was under a rock. It was literally inside of a rock. There was no way to access it, and all we could do was wait for the time to run out for 20 minutes and just waste 20 minutes of our day waiting for this timer to run out, so that way the extraction would come automatically. And that's a AAA game. So there's always going to be things that need to be fixed, and the sooner you start doing that, the better. And if you're trying to make something really, really big and really, really grandiose when you don't have a whole lot of skills, you don't have a whole lot of networks, you don't have a whole team, it can take ages before you even get to that point where you can show people and they understand, and they can say, hey, by the way, the extraction point doesn't work. And even when you have a big team and this big budget and all of that stuff, sometimes the extraction point still doesn't work because it's procedurally generated, and that causes a lot of bugs. And that is the case with Helldivers, is that the procedural generation is the cause for nearly like 99% of the bugs right now, because it's generally a pretty polished game. But holy cow, it has a lot of bugs, and it's all because of the procedural generation. So I'm not saying don't do procedural generation. I'm saying if you want to do procedural generation, start with something simple and easy, like just generating a dungeon. You know, generating a single dungeon and have the player go through and maybe put a boss at the end, and some type of battles or some things that happen, some type of a collectathon, even whatever it is. Just make it as simple as possible so you can make it in, you know, what you would think would be a month could take up to a year. My thing for it, and this goes especially for new people, is that you basically, your guess, it's going to take about 10 times what you guess. So if you think it's going to take a month, it could take 10 months if you're lucky. And if you're unlucky, it might not get finished. And that's just how game development works when you're starting out. Your estimates will get better as you do it longer, but man, I am literally still working on one of the first games that I started. And part of the reason why I'm still working on it is because I didn't scope it properly, and the other part is that I decided that I needed to learn how to finish games and started working on smaller projects while I was working on it, and I'm still working on it. Yeah, that was exactly what I was thinking. One town, one dungeon, one boss, then expand from there. That's a great idea. I think that's fantastic. It would be cool to make a big RPG that's completely procedurally animated or procedurally generated, but that is a big undertaking. And the other thing is that this idea, as cool as it is, it's not nearly as unique as you probably think it is. There's probably a whole lot of devs that are trying to do just that right now, and a whole lot of them that are probably more equipped than you. And I'm not saying this to dishearten you. I'm telling you this so that you know what you're getting into. So, and that is a good hook, but it may not be by the time that you finish your game, because there might already be other games that have, a budget, a marketing team that do the same thing. So it's just the reality of how quickly technology moves, and ideas are important, but they're also a dime a dozen. So a lot of people will be having the same ideas as you. For example, the game that I was working on, Retro Spaceball, I'm still working on it. It's like 7 years in development. They're over 7 years in development, coming up on 8 in November. It was extremely unique, and it was so unique that I was worried that it was too unique, because there was no marketing for me to copy. There was no community that I could try to sell my game to. But the idea was strong enough that now there are games that are similar, and it's taken so long for me to make it that those games have actually already come out and beat me to the punch in a lot of ways. It's not a bad thing, it's actually a good thing, because now there is a community or two or three that I can say, hey, you like this game? Well, my game is kind of like that, but it's like this instead. And then I can look at their marketing and see what worked and what didn't work. And that's important for a game, because you can have a great game with great graphics, great programming, all the good stuff that goes to make a game good. And if you don't have A, marketing, and B, luck, the game will not succeed financially. You need marketing and luck on top of a good game. It is not easy to make money off of games. So the best thing anyone could do to make games is to do it out of passion for making games, and do it because you love doing it. That way, no matter what happens when it comes to sales, you still feel like it was a success because people are playing the game that you love to make, that you spent your time making, and that you enjoyed the process of making it, and that you got to learn all these skills to make your next game that will hopefully have a better chance at being successful. It sounds like, you know, at first it can sound kind of, you know, almost dark even, but that is the reality of making games, is that it's really, really hard to make money off of it. Okay, Lurkin brother, need to get this piece finished. All right, well, take your time, and hope you get it done, and I appreciate you being here, and I'm sure it'll look fantastic when you get done. Yeah, I'm not quitting my day job anytime soon. Right on. Yeah, no, I quit my day job. Actually, they quit me. I got fired, and I was already doing so much freelance work at the time that I just didn't bother to get another job. Of course, now I'm not doing a whole lot, so we'll see how long my my nest egg lasts before I need to start putting money back into my savings instead of taking it out. But with a little bit of luck, I'll be okay. But yeah, this is Demonfish Dead Ahead. Let's get back to what we were doing for Frontrooms Normalities. So, like I was saying, we want to take this whole thing here, we're going to copy this event, and we're going to paste it onto this one. We're going to put it in the middle here. And then we need to change this to wall number 15 because we numbered each wall. The trigger can stay the same here because that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thanks for the advice. Absolutely. If you have any questions or anything like that, I'm happy to help. I love seeing new developers join the scene. It's kind of a strange thing because we're at a point right now where a lot of developers who started a few years ago are starting to realize that it's not very lucrative to make games, and the idea of making a whole lot of money off of games is kind of fading. So we're actually going to start seeing less and less developers, less and less new developers, which in a way is kind of a good thing, because we've been in this thing that people call the indie glut, right? And this started actually back in like 2010 when Indie Game the movie came out, which I recommend. It's not like gospel or anything like that, but it is an interesting take on indie game development. It's a documentary called Indie Game the Movie, and it was on Netflix back when it first came out, and now I don't know how you watch it, but it's worth watching for sure. And it followed Team Meat, the guy who made Braid, and the guy who made Fez, and interviewed a whole bunch of different people. And it was interesting because all three of those games were massive successes, but all three of their stories had a lot of hardship, and it was very dramatic. All three of them, you know. The one guy, he was like on Team Meat, their game was surely going to be a success, but they wanted to make sure it was the most successful it could be because they didn't have much money. They were running out of money, and you know, the one dev was living in an apartment with his girlfriend, the other dev was living with his parents, and needed to buy insulin, and you know, so like they were like barely scraping by, essentially trying to get this game done. And then, you know, Xbox like was not putting it on the market right away for whatever reason, and they're like freaking out over it. You know, it gets really dramatic. You know, the other game, Fez, the developer, he had a legal battle with his partner, and you know, was worried that he wouldn't be able to. He like spent a bunch of money to get a booth at PAX and was worried that he couldn't even do it because of a legal document hadn't been signed and all this stuff. And there was that whole thing about the game, when's it gonna come out, why isn't the game come out, and then people started getting angry at the developer because it won an award before it was even out yet, and people were so hyped for it that they got mad that it took years to make. And then with Braid, it was so successful, and the public response was not what the developer thought it would be, and it really had a negative effect on him, and it was kind of interesting to watch all of that take place in this film. So I definitely recommend watching that. The Indie Maniac, thanks for checking in. Thanks for farting. I was thinking about putting a fart counter on there, and you're lucky that I didn't, because we're gonna start keeping track of your shame points. That's gonna be what they're called, shame points. Every time you fart, it's gonna add 1 to your shame point. Oh my god, give me the fart counter. Yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna have a shame point, so that way whenever you come in, it'll say fart, and it'll say, the Indie Maniac, you have this many shame points. But how was your stream, Indy? I was lurking for a bit, and then it got a little bit too intense for me. It was just really, distracting, is what it was. I was having trouble paying attention to what I was doing because of that Who's at the Door game. But I hope your stream was good. Oh, I tried to snooze the ad, and now it's going into the ad anyways. What's up with that? Found some really good games, honestly. That's awesome. That's awesome. Make sure you take the best of them and put them into Kixie's Discord so we can all find them. So yeah. We're adding jump scares to this game, Indy. I don't know if you're stuck in an ad or not, but jump scares. So this is wall number 15 and trigger number 2. Ads fear you. Alright, well, you want to see what I've been working on real quick, Indy, while you're here? Before you jet? Oh, my neck is killing me. I don't know what happened there. I need to fix my posture here. We'll let this build real quick. It shouldn't take very much longer. Sure, cool. I'm excited for you to see it, Indy. Hopefully it's not too much of a spoiler for you. But you'll probably forget in a year when you actually play the game anyways, so. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I know you're gonna play it as soon as it comes out. Alright, so here's the build. We've got some music, so we'll turn this off. So we're just gonna spin in circles to trigger it. Pay close attention. Could happen any second. Get ready. Any second now. We're just gonna spin until we get dizzy. And there we have it. The jump scare. Yay, back. Welcome back. Did that scare you, Indy? Are you gonna pee yourself? Pixie was scared too. Taco crepes and tears over there. But yeah, that's what we've been working on. And then we've got a second jump scare that's gonna look like this. Oops, if I can get it to not do that. It's gonna look like this. So yeah, we're making jump scares here. So hopefully you're not too scared of the game. Let's get that music back. Rick, I accidentally got rid of the menu bar in A-Sprite. How do I fix it? It's a good question. So let's pull A-Sprite back up. Where did A-Sprite go? There it is. Alright, so there's a couple things that could have happened. You got rid of the menu bar. You probably hit Control F. Does it look like that? Does it look like that? So if you hit Control F, it usually says you are going to enter in advanced mode. You can get back by pressing Control F. Don't show this alert again. Don't ever click that because it tells you what you've clicked. And then you can get back. It's annoying if you use this a lot, which no one ever does. And the other thing that sometimes happens is that this thing disappears, right? And first of all, you can move it, which is super cool. But sometimes it disappears, and you're like, why did that happen? Oh, where did it go? How do I get my layers back? Where did my layers go? That's tab. So tab does that. So tab and Control F are your accidental. What the hell just happened to everything? Why did it disappear? How do I get back? So if it's not Control F, it's tab. Tab for the layers, or for the timeline rather, and Control F for that. So if you ever need to know exactly what's going on, you can go to your preferences, I think, and something, maybe it's not preferences. There's a way to change all of your things, your hotkeys, and I forget how to get that. I'm not that much help. Oh, keyboard shortcuts. So if you go Control Alt Shift K or choose keyboard shortcuts, you can figure out what they were. Of course, this isn't the easiest way to do it, but they're there. I wish this was easier to navigate, because there's a lot. And if you don't know what it's called, then it becomes hard to do. But if you go to View and then Advanced Mode, that does the same thing as Control F, right? And then if you go to View and then Timeline, that it actually has... So as long as you know what they're called, Timeline and Advanced Mode, they are on the View tab. Of course, if your tab is missing, that makes it really hard to do, right? You're like, wait, how do I get to my view thing, right? So you kind of have to know Control F. So hopefully that helps. Well, how do you make layers vertical? Okay, so yeah, once you got the layers up, if you go to this little thing here with the little like settings thing, like little, I don't know what you call that, sliders. There's like 3 sliders on the icon, and then you go to bottom, left, right on the position thing here. Also, you've got your onion skin stuff here, so you can change the opacity step, the red blue tint, which is useful for animation, merge frames, which I'm not really sure exactly what that does. Loop through tag frames, that's super useful. So if you're trying to use onion skin with like a loop, then you can see the start and the end regardless of where it is on the timeline, as long as you use the loop on top of the timeline, or tags, loop through tag frames. So as long as you use a tag, it will loop through those tag frames. You can turn on current layer only for the onion skin, behind the sprite, in front of the sprite, so that way you can see it regardless of if there's a background or not. So yeah, these are, onion skin is good for animation, and then thumbnails. You can actually see the drawing in the layer for thumbnail there. Indy's taking notes. Indy Mania, are you gonna do pixel art now? Do we got another pixel artist for the pixel art army? Ari Boops says, very cool. Oh yes, oh my god, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad we can help. Thanks for being part of the pixel art army. Now it's on the wrong side. I don't know why anyone would ever want it on the left. I'm just kidding. The right or the bottom? I don't know about the left. The left is crazy. You gotta be crazy to put on the left. Alright, so yeah. Back to what we're doing here. We're pasting events, putting them there, changing the wall number, then changing the trigger number. And then we're doing it to every single trigger in the entire game. And it's a tedious task. So feel free to chat. Keep me company while I do this tedious task. This is the next step. If we don't do this, things won't work. So 16 here and 2 here. 16 and 3. And 4. Yeah, every once in a while GB Studio will like blank out, and the way you fix that is by closing and reopening the event that is covered by your event. And if that's not the case, like if the top one blanks out, then you just click on something else and come back, and that should fix it. Yeah. So we've got room 16 done. Let's go to room 17 now, or wall 17 rather. So we'll put this there. Wall number is 17. Trigger number 2. This one actually does get a trigger number 1. So we'll put that there. Wall number 17. Trigger number 1. Paste. Wall number 17, trigger number 3. Wall number 17, trigger number 4. Yeah. I like the little pink blob stack. I don't know where that came from, but I got it from what do they call that? Steam workshops for stream avatars. But yeah, all the avatars are free, so if you like one, then you can totally steal it, choose it as your own. Everyone can become the same thing, or everyone can become a Pyrotoad, or everyone could be Bender, or whatever they want. Pokey catch with a thing. There you go. There's a Pokemon in chat if you're a Pokey catcher. A wild Banette. Or if I wanted to upset Lumbee, I could call it a Banetti. Mine is too tall, how do I change? So one thing you can do is go to the About section on my stream. Like if you go to About, and then you find the I'm trying to pull it up, that's why I'm all like, oh. If you go to the About Me section, and then go to scroll down to where it says or where the extensions are, right? And there'll be a little stream avatars extension. It'll probably say like loading your avatar or something like that. And in there's a menu. I'll pull it up real quick here. For some reason my stream wasn't pulled up. So if we go to underneath, all right, so I guess not the About Me section because you can't get to that while I'm streaming, but this is the Pokemon extension, and then this is the stream avatars extension. So it says waiting for your avatar, and now it's there. So I could go through and pick my own avatar from any of these on here. They're all free. And there's quite a few. And then these ones I actually made myself, these Pyrotoad Onward, and these ones all have palettes. So if I wanted to be like the naked old guy, I could be a blue one or a pink one. I could be a pink naked old guy. And then if we scroll back, Pyrotoad changed into a pink old guy. I like to be Pyrotoad though. Yeah, some work better than others. I just kind of like threw a whole bunch in there, and I thought that was interesting. And then if you want, you can fight each other. Well, this is neat. Yeah, it's called Stream Avatars. It's like a $15 game for Steam, and it's one of those games with like a see-through background, and then you can you can jump and catch the the jump star game. I'm in Among Us. There you go. Yes, you are. I've never actually played that game. Is that any good? I've heard it's good. I have not played it. But yeah, that is Stream Avatars. It's actually pretty fun. You can fight each other. Ari uses the gooses. You want a duel? Taco Crate? You hit accept, we can duel. Or if you do explanation accept. We'll let death sort this out. Yeah, it's a pretty close battle here. Overworld. Overworked, overworld. OMG. Party Boop's floating. I don't know what's going on with her. Let's get you down from there. Unless you like being up there. Oh, Indie Maniac's up there too. Sometimes things get a little wonked. Oh. You're falling down on your own. Oh no, you died. It's alright. There was you didn't bet anything. It was all free. But yeah, I put the music in and like the ignore me autocorrect in the way. No worries, no worries. I put the music and the little like text and like that little pixel art image of the swords, and the rest was already done by Stream Avatars. So I just kind of built it up a bit. Oh. Sorry, I'm just yawning here. It's 2 in the morning. I'm gonna keep going for a bit, but yeah. So this was 17, and it's all done, right? Yeah. Let's move to 18. We'll paste an event there. Move it up here. 18, and this is 2. Paste it here. 18 and 3. And 4. Oh, you're trying to duel. I got you. Okay, I'm gonna head to bed. Thank you, Rick, for the help. Everyone get some rest, like good, responsible adults. Way to call us out like that, Ari Boops. But I hope you sleep well. I hope that all that responsibility is good for you, and that you wake up well rested. So have a great evening, or sleep, or whatever. You're welcome. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that, Psycho. Uh-oh, Lumbee lost the battle during the emote wall. I'm undefeated tonight. I love that song, by the way. Before there was Sephiroth, there was Kefka. Kefka's laugh is in the game dev laugh too. I doubt we'll have such good luck. It's a good one, but it's not Kefka. I like your anglerfish eye thing, your anglerfish lamp, or whatever they call it. Your anglerfish bait. Dude, there's so many laughs. There's like 50 of them. And yeah, there's no cooldown to laughter. Yeah, it's right on theme with the stream.
Not sure nobody's following us.
Dude, we felt that way when we were playing Sea of Thieves last night. You sure no one's following us? They're right on top of us.
Inconceivable! Inconceivable!
I'm so glad I made all of these redeems.
You seem a decent fellow. I hate to kill him.
You seem a decent fellow. I'd hate to die. I don't even know what all of these are from, but I know they're great. That one's from Bomberman 64. Oh, that one's from Zelda. Zelda 2. I don't know that one. That one's Pikachu. That's the only non-game one in there. Oh, there it is. There's Kefka. You found Kefka. Nice work. We got it. Thank you for that, Lumpy. That was actually a lot of fun. Uh, 30. My brain stopped working there for a second. 4. 31. Wait, that one's 2, and this one's supposed to be 3. I knew I made a mistake somewhere. I caught it. Lumby, I really like your dead pixel idea. I kind of want to steal that, I'm not gonna lie. It's a really good idea. How did you come up with such a great idea, Lumby? Not that I don't think you could, but I'm just saying, where did the idea come from? Because that's a really good one. If you steal it, you should have to subscribe and then give me $50 afterwards to cover shipping. Well, you know, as long as it gets here in one piece, I feel that might be acceptable. I'm not gonna steal it. I just say I kind of want to steal it. That's not saying I'm gonna. That's saying I kind of wanna. There's a difference there. But have you thought of doing, like, I don't know, like 10 different colors, right? Well, it was the idea of someone else, someone that I don't feel comfortable naming. Let's just say they turned out to be a mega disgusting creep. Oh, it wasn't even, I see. I thought it was your idea. Well, now I'm definitely gonna steal it. No, I'm just kidding. But you know what you should do to make it your own is to make it like 9 different colors, 10 different colors, so that way it randomly chooses a different colored pixel, right? I should make it different colors. Yes, you should. And then you should subscribe and give me $50 for shipping because it was my idea. No, I'm just kidding. I like the color idea. Kixie, you going into lurk mode? Appreciate you. And I hope that you have a wonderful evening. I keep doing 2 for this one. It's 3. And then 4. Wonderful evening, Rick. It's 2 a.m. I use that term poorly, alright? I've been called out on it more than enough, alright? So for me, evening is the same as night. I don't know where the line gets drawn, but for me, evening and night are the same thing. And I know that it's morning, but it makes me feel better about myself when I call it night. 32 and 2. To be fair, people call me out on it as well, so I'm not judging you on it. Yes, thank you. For what? But you're welcome. There's a Lotad in chat if you play the Pokemon game. It's tomorrow and I have to sleep or the sun is up. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. But I hope that you sleep well and that the sun shines brightly and that it is good. But thanks for the follow and thanks for checking me out and hopping over from YouTube. I appreciate that. Indie Maniac put a hat on me. That is a hat, isn't it? Indie, what other hats do I have? What other hats should we got a hat list and it's not very full, Indie. Indie, there's only 3 hats on the hat list. Lumby, hats for the hat list. We need more hats. We've got Jester hat, Fez, and ear flaps. And I caught the Pokemon. I know you guys got more ideas than that. I guess we could put the ones that are already on there. Top hat, beanie, Indiana Jones hat, and what's the other one? Oh, old man hat, right? Old man hat. You want me to draw one right now? No, you don't have to draw me one. Just tell me and I'll draw it. Just give me ideas. We need ideas. We've got 4 on there and 3 more ideas. We need more hats, Lumby. We need more hats. Sombrero, I don't know if that's acceptable, Indie Maniac. You with your cultural appropriation ideas. One of those Arctic hats. What's an Arctic hat even look like? Psycho says, no, your point about evening, I feel similar about morning and tomorrow 2 a.m. is still nighttime for me. Yeah. White people wear sombreros all the time, Rick. Well, we could do cowboy hat. Is that more approachable? Cowboy hat. What about a wreath of flowers? Or we could do a crown of thorns. We could do Caesar, a Caesar wreath. Cowboy hat works. Well, you guys keep coming up with ideas. I'm gonna keep doing triggers here in GB Studio. Check your DMs. Uh-oh. I don't like where this is going. Oh, that's an ear flap hat. That's already on the list. Well, it's an ear flap hat. It's got flaps over the ears. I was gonna do a flannel one, to be honest. But we could do a fur hat. We'll do a flannel ear flap hat and a fur hat. How about that? Or like maybe a raccoon hat? How about a raccoon hat? How about an undead raccoon hat? How about that? It'd be a zombie raccoon. An ivy cap? What is an ivy cap? Oh, I'm doing hat research. Ivy hat cap. An ivy cap? Oh, that's an old man hat. I've already got one of those. Fancy as hell is what it is. I've never known they were called ivy. I've seen newsboy and I've seen old man hat, but never heard of it as an ivy hat cap. But I used to wear one actually. A graduation cap. Okay, okay. But that old man hat, that's the ivy cap. We've already got one. We'll do graduation cap. I gotta write down your ideas. I might not make them all. A pork pie hat. What's a pork pie hat? I've heard this before, but I don't know what it is. Well, isn't that like a Walter White hat? Do we just call it a Walter White hat? Do a drinking hat, one with the slot in the can. I was thinking that. We'll call it a can hat. But we're not gonna put beer in there. We're gonna put like water in there or something. We'll put like cups of water. A bowler. Alright, I think we can do that. I think we can do a bowler. It's the I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today hat. Keep them coming, we're not done. Drinking hat, did I not write that down? Oh, we did, we wrote can hat. We'll put straws in parentheses so we know what we're talking about. Breton, is that a type of hat? Okay, like an engineer hat? Engineer hat, let's put that one. But yeah, we'll put Breton too. That's like a YMCA hat, right? Like a village people hat. A beret. Let's do that too. You guys are the best. Nice work, Indy. But your work's not done yet. Keep going. I'm just kidding. You don't have to if you don't want to, but it's fun. I'm having fun. 32. It's homework for the viewers. 4. As soon as I call it homework, everyone's like, I don't really feel like it anymore. We got those ones. Now we gotta do these ones. Uh, 33 and 2. And 3. A Dixie cup. Alright, that's a good idea. I like that. Oh, that gives me another idea. Seagoat with the raid. Welcome in, Seagoat. Thank you for the raid, everyone. How you doing? We are in an ad, unfortunately. Isn't it weird how that happens? It's like right when the raid happens, the ad's like, by the way, ad time. Seago says no games for him. Well, welcome in, or for them. Very much appreciate you here. Oh, I'm a sub. Yep. Someone gifted you a sub. Yeah. Welcome in, Raiders. I appreciate you. I'll keep talking through the ad here. No ad for you too, Cloudy Dark Sky. Welcome in. I appreciate everyone. You're all very cool. Seagoat's got an awesome stream, and I'll give you a proper shout out. Kixie's still here. Welcome in. Welcome back, Kixie. Yeah. How was the stream, Seagoat? Last doing art, I imagine. Yep, last playing art. What were you up to? Drew some emotes. Nice. I was lurking and I saw you had like an ad emote, right? Was that like an ad jail emote? Nice. Drew ad jail, raid, fry, grumpy cat. Cool. Which fry one was it? Was it like take my money? Cause that one's always cute. Put a hat on me. You put a hat on me. Yeah, we were coming up with hat ideas. No, the sus one. Okay, that one's good too. Well, the ad break is over. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. And I appreciate Seagoat for sure. And we were actually coming up with hat ideas. And Dixie Cup needs to make the list. Dixie Cup. Hat. And then also chicken cup, chicken bucket hat, chicken bucket hat, like Buckethead, right? Because I'm a big Buckethead fan, and if you don't know Buckethead, they're like this guitar virtuoso who makes really good music. Chicken jockey. But yeah, thanks everyone for the raid. Yeah, the Dixie Cup hat made the list. It's on there. Thanks for your support, Psycho. And yeah, I'm glad you had a good stream. If you've got things that you need to do, if you need to go to bed, if you need to eat food, please don't let me hold you up. But thank you so much for your support and for sharing your community. Very much appreciate that. We're making a game for Game Boy. This is Frontrooms Normalities. So it's a reverse backrooms, reverse anomaly game where you manage your way through the front rooms and look for normalities and report them. But we're adding jump scares to it, and it's kind of a tedious task. So we're just kind of chatting as I do this tedious task. And one of the tasks that I've gave my viewers is to come up with more hats, because I only had 4, and now we're gonna have a whole bunch. So if you got any hat ideas, that is 100% appreciated. Dinner time soon. Well, I hope you have something good. I hope that it's mouth-watering and nice. LOL, nice game idea. You like that? You like the front room's normalities? It actually started as a joke in the Indie Maniac stream. Did Indie Maniac, did we give you a shout out? I feel like we did, but I'm not sure. The shout outs have not been working 100% these days. Thank you, Lumby. I appreciate that. I went through all this effort to put in automatic shoutouts, and then sometimes they just don't work, and that's unfortunate. But yeah, everyone should check out the Indie Maniac if they haven't. They do a lot of indie games, indie horror games. No, I think we did do a shout out because I remember seeing Giggleland now. And yeah, they were playing a bunch of Next Fest games tonight, and they said they found a lot of good ones. So go check them out, give them a follow so you can see when they stream next. But yeah, I was hanging out in the Indie Maniac stream, and we were he was playing a lot of Backrooms games and a lot of how do you say it? Anomaly games. I keep trying to say normality games, and I was like, yo, I'm gonna make a Frontrooms Normalities game, and everyone was like, what? That sounds cool. And I was like, yeah, I just need the funding. And then Indy was like, I'm not giving you any money. I was like, fine, I'll make it for free. And here we are, turning that joke into a reality, one trigger at a time. In GB Studio, it uses triggers. And that's what I'm doing here. I'm going through each trigger and making sure that it has the value of the room and the trigger that it's using. And there's a wild Slurpuff in chat if you play the Pokemon game. So yeah, this was the room we were on last, and that's trigger 2, trigger 3, and this is trigger 4. Wall 33, trigger 4. Wall 34, trigger 2. So yeah, really exciting stuff. But the jump scares actually turned out pretty good. We'll check that out in just a second. Gotta break it up, you know? Break up this awesome amazingness that is game dev. Sometimes game dev can be a little tedious, not gonna lie. But we're at 35. I'm gonna do a build here, and we're gonna see what that looks like. And flashing light warning, if that's something that bothers you, that is one of the effects. We're actually making an option to turn it off, but that is something that we're going to be experiencing soon here. So just a heads up there. So yeah, it's almost done building here. There it is. We'll make it big. We'll turn off the background music. And here we have it. Frontrooms Normalities. We're going to experience the jump scare of a lifetime. And it's going to be so scary that you might have nightmares. So, if you're prone to that type of thing, cover your eyes, turn off the volume, change the channel, run away, and never come back, because there it is. So we are getting this weird line across the top here every once in a while. I wonder if we like fine tune it a bit and maybe make it flash a little bit slower, then we can get it to not do that. Because it's doing it again. It seems to like phase in and out. So I think we can probably fix that. So let's try to do that. We've got this here, and it's got this. What if we change it to 0.4 and then 0.4 there? And we'll test that next time. We don't need to test that right now. But I think that might fix it. And if it doesn't, we'll just have to keep iterating on that, keep doing adjustments. 34.4, 34.3, 34.2. Yeah, we were on 35, so let's continue where we left off, putting these triggers onto putting these events onto triggers. 35. Oh, that's 20. 35. And this is 2. Uh, 35, and this is 3. Uh, 35, and this is 4. 36 and 2. 36 and 3. 36 and 4. And now we've got these ones. So 19. And 1. 19 and 2. 19 and 3. Nineteen and 4. That does it for room 19. Now we're on to room 20. Really exciting stuff here. Well, I guess it's wall number 20, right? Wall number 20, trigger number 1. And trigger number 2. This one got moved. That ain't good. 20 and trigger number 3. Trigger number 4. 21. Trigger number 1. 21, trigger number 2. 21 and trigger number 3. Trigger number 4, and now we're on to 22. on 23. Uh, 23 and 1. 23 and 2. 23 and 3. 23 and 4. 25, 1. 20. Oh, 20. Did I say 25? This is 24. 24, 1. 24, 2. So many numbers. Speaking of numbers, I was counting. I was actually using Spriter's, what was that website? Spriter's Reference? Spriter's Reference Guide? Is that what it was called? I think I still have the thing up. Spriter's Resource, that's what it was. Yeah, I was actually using Spriter's Resource, like, not because Spriter's Resource was in chat yesterday, but because I actually wanted to count how many different sprites there were without the palettes, because you can count there's like 128 different enemies, but they do palette swaps for like almost every single one, right? Every single one nearly has a palette swap, except for some of the bosses, and some of them are US and Japanese versions. But what I want to know is how many enemies are there if there weren't palette swaps, because I don't really want to do palette swaps for my game. And what I found was that there's like 49, but then I realized I accidentally counted the Japanese ones, so I think there's actually only like 48 or 47 different enemy sprites. So I was calculating how much it would take for me to get that many in Demon Fish Dead Ahead. I would actually like to get 40 in, and I think 40 would be enough to feel like a big game. But yeah, as tempting as it would be to just do palette swaps, I never really appreciated the palette swaps that much. I mean, it's kind of cool when you fight the green wolf versus the red wolf, you know. And I remember fighting the first colored imp, being like, oh wow, that's a lot harder than the regular imp. But some of them, like this one and that one, there's like barely any difference there, you know. I remember thinking this one looked like an octopus and this one looked like a person, so that's kind of an interesting one. These ones are hardly different, like the skin is a little different. I don't know. I'm not completely away from the idea of doing palette swaps, but I think players today are be like, that's lame, you shouldn't have done that. So like that's part of the reason why I am kind of gearing away from it. But also I kind of feel that way too, so like why do something that I feel like is kind of lame, right? Anyways, back to work. 24 1, 24 2, and we've got 24 3, 24 4. But that was super cool that Spriter's Resource was in chat. I've definitely used their sight before, and it took me a second to recognize who they were. But yeah. They seemed like a supportive person. Yeah, so we've got this. We want this to be 25. The one can stay the same. Put it here. Now it's 25, 2. And then we've got this 25, 3. And this paste 25, 4. Alright, did we do these ones? We did not. So now we do 26. This is 2. And then 26, 3. 26, 4. 27, 2. 27, 3. 27, 4. Now we're on to 28. 28, 2. 28, 3. 28, 4. 28, no, 29, getting carried away here. 29, 2. 29, 3. 29, 4. Okay, I think that is it for room 2. Now we've got rooms 3 to tackle. We might as well do it while we're on a roll. There is a little bit more here. But that's okay. We'll get there. 1 foot before the other. Oh wait, this one doesn't need a jump scare. There'll be no jump scares on these ones. They don't need it. You're going to the end. Or maybe we should have it there. Nah, we don't want to do that. That'll just be more work. Alright, so we'll do jump scare here. This will be wall number 41. And trigger 4. And trigger 3. 41 and trigger 2. Alright, now we're on 42. We're jumping around the number a bit, but that's okay. Kind of eating the frog here on this one. This is the biggest one. 42 and 2. Two and 3. We're eating the Pyrotoad. 40. Wait. 42. Wait, what happened there? Jump scares off. There we go. 42. And 4. Let's give it the old save. 43 now. And 2. Oh, this is 46. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm doing it all wrong. 46. Creating bugs for myself. 46. And 3. $46 and 4. This one's 37. Oh, that's 2. Let's get these ones out of the way. 38. 38, not 9, and 3. Eight and 4. Now we're on 39. Uh, 39 and 1. And 2. And 3. 39 and 4. Oh, Kixie, didn't see you there. I'm headed to bed. Thank you for the stream. Good night. Yep. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for that gift sub. Very much appreciate that. I hope that you sleep well, and I hope you have an awesome day at work tomorrow, and that everything is fun and happy and sunshine and rainbows, and that's great. See you soon, I'm sure. Thank you again. Have a great night. Yeah, so we'll go, this one is 40. And this is 2. And thank you, you're welcome, Kixie. One more shout out for Kixie. Everyone should check out Kixie if they haven't. She's super cool. She's super supportive. She plays indie games. And she streams on Saturdays. So give her a follow, check out her schedule, and be part of her next stream. She's super cool. And she's a mod, so you have to do what she says. Yeah. So on to the next. Got that one. This one is 3. Room 40 or wall 40. Wall 40. And it's 3. Wall 40 and it's 4. At this point in the evening, I start to buckle down and really get things done, if you haven't noticed. So don't let me hold you back from chatting, but I am in work mode because I don't want to be up all night doing this. 61 2 61 3. I like this song. It reminds me of Space Pirates. My Space Pirate jam. Like, it's like pirate music, but space themed. Uh, 61 4. $60 and 2. $60 and 3. $60 and 4. $59 2. $59 and 3. $59 and 4. $58 and 2. $58 and 3. $58 and 4. I want 57. $57 and 3. There's a Dragonite in chat. I threw an Ultra Cherish Ball. That's how you do it. I tried doing a Cherish Ultra Ball and it's like, there is no such ball. But there's an Ultra Cherish Ball. Alright. Wall number 57. Trigger number 2. No, 3. Did I do this one already? 57, and I gave it the wrong number. 2. Does this one have the right number? Okay. I don't know why I was backwards there. 57, 2. 57, 3. Paste it. 57, 4. $56. No one caught it. My Ultra Cherish Ball was wasted. Oh. 56. 2. Whoa, this one doesn't even have the right thing. Weird. Alright, it needs this. Copy that. Paste it onto here. At least I'm finding bugs while I'm doing this. Then we need this one. Copy that. Alright, now it's 56. 3. 56. 4. Alright, that one's done. Did we do this already? No. Oh. Okay. 55 and 4. 55, 3. 55, 2. 55, 1. 54, 1. 54, 2. 54, 3. 54, 4. 53-1. 53-2. 53-3. 53-4. This was my desert theme song. My Arrakis music. $52-1. 52-2. 52-3. 52-4. All right, on to 51. We're getting there. $51-3. 51-4. 52. 53. 54. 49. 2. 49-3. 49-4. Alright, 48-2. 48-3. 48-4. 47-2. 47-3. 47. Oh, 4. Yeah. I think that's all of them. Cool. We got jump scares. I hope there's no mistakes. I'm just randomly checking ones now. This one's wrong. That's supposed to be 4. How many did I get wrong? Because that's gonna cause issues. 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. I don't know. Seems like it works. Alright, so now we need to do the rest of the jump scare room, north, east, south walls for room 2. So we'll do jump scare room 2 north wall. And we'll just copy this. We'll make another one. Paste it. We'll call this one east wall. Alright, now we'll add all of those scripts to here. So, let's say call script. Now let's put a comment between. Let's say room 1 jump scares. And we'll copy that. We'll paste it twice. And we'll put it here. This will be room 2. And this will be room 3. Alright, so now we need north. We'll copy that. Paste it. Paste it. Paste it. And then we'll do 4 more. Alright, so we've got north, east, room 2 west, room 2 south, and we get room 3 north, room 3 east, room 3 south, and room 3 west. Thanks for the warm welcome. I'll check it again sometime. Time to eat. Well, enjoy your food. And yeah, thank you for dropping in. And no problem for the warm welcome. I love helping people where I can. So hope to see you again. Taco Crepes jumping. Did you get it? Did you miss it? I can hook you up. I can hook you up. You wanna win the jump game? I know where to get stars, bro. We got stars. You didn't miss it. You got it for sure. You can't miss. You can't miss. Look how many you got. 65 from one jump. There you go. There you go. 20 more. I got you. No idea what it's for, but this is hype. Well, you can duel with those points. You can wager them in the duels. You can also play slots with them. So when you do slots, there's actually two currencies at play. There's one that you gain from just from being in chat, and then there's another that you gain from playing the jump game. So see how you've got the slot machine in front of you? You just won stream avatars currency, but you lost the cool points that you get from just being in the stream, but it only cost 1, so you didn't really lose much at all. And you gain points every like 5 minutes or something like that, so it's like 15 points every 5 minutes or something like that. So yeah, there's two competing currencies, but they're both nothing. You're always gonna make more than you spend. There's a Caterpie in chat. Normally people would make it so you have to play the Jumpstar game to like earn the avatars, but I made all of the avatars free. So if you wanted to, you could make yours cost money. You bought stream avatars a few days ago and you're just finding out about this. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, if you got the 15 bucks, it's pretty fun. If you're a pixel artist, you can make your own sprites. It's really easy to do. And you can make them as complex or as simple as you want. You could make it so they're like just an idle and that they move back and forth, or you can make it, you know, they walk left and right, which they just mirror it. And then you can make it so there's an attack sequence, or a jump sequence, or a climbing sequence. If you've got ladders, you can make your own levels and stuff like that. But I like to switch up the art. So I made one for Pyrotoad and one for Demonfish Dead Ahead. So like, if we turn me into a Demonfish, oh. Yeah, if we turn me into a Demonfish, it changes the floor for the stream avatars. I was hoping to make my own, actually. That's why I got it. Might be a fun little on-stream project. It is, yeah. I've been using the ones that I make for like Game Boy games, and they work like really well because you can easily just take like the sprite and like make a new sprite sheet that's made for stream avatars and just kind of dump them in there. So like that's why like the last page of the avatars is all like Game Boy characters that I made. But yeah, you can change the stage. So the stage is just a OBS overlay, and what I did was I used Mix It Up to swap overlays with the command, or you could do it with the command, or you can do it with the redeem. So once you're an affiliate, you can set up your redeems, and you can link them to Mix It Up, or there's other bots that you can use for that. And it's pretty cool. Yeah. Kixie showed me Mix It Up, and I just kind of like, I just kind of dove into it. There's a lot of tutorials for it, and I've been having a lot of fun with that. So between via DoTube, which is my PNG tuber, right? My little thing is via DoTube. That's what I use for that. It's got these different things, and these are just set to Shift Alt 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. They're just hotkeys, right? And then I have those hotkeys built into Mix It Up. So Mix It Up actually presses the buttons and then changes the overlays in OBS, all using the Twitch Redeem. So it's actually a really cool system. It did take a little bit of a learning curve to like understand it all and get it all figured out, but it was actually a lot of fun to do. It was time consuming, but it was a lot of fun to do. Like you can do some of it on stream. Like I've explained some Mix It Up on stream, and that's been kind of fun to do. Okay, I gotta set up Mix It Up when I get affiliate. And Mix It Up's not the only way to do it, but that's the way that worked for me, and that's what I found to be the most appealing. And it's a lot deeper than my capabilities, so if you know how to do like JavaScript, you can code your own widgets and stuff like that. You can literally make your own like games and stuff that streamers can play using commands and stuff like that, or the currencies. You can make multiple currencies. There's so much you can do with Mix It Up, and it's free, so it's like, it's super cool. There is a little bit of a learning curve, and yeah, but making simple redeems like the audio ones, those are actually really easy to do. If you have the audio, then you can just like tell it to play the sound on Mix It Up. I can throw up Mix It Up for a second to show you. So let's see here. If we go to or we'll go to commands. Or no, we'll go to Twitch channel points. So if we go to sound alerts, these are groups that I made. You can see all of my different sound alerts here, right? So it's not all of them are finished. Like random doom sound isn't finished. But yeah, let's check out. We'll go to random Star Fox sound alert. So we'll go edit on this. Oh, it's all in Mix It Up. That's so handy. Yeah, this takes a little bit to load because it's got a lot in here. But yeah, Mix It Up is really, really handy. It's got a lot of things and it links to OBS. And yeah, so wait, I'm waiting for it to load at this point. It takes a second. It says it's not responding, but it's just because there's a lot of sounds and stuff in there. And there's these random ones. It's like a folder. There's like a bunch of stuff inside this folder that it's loading. So it does take a second. The more stuff you add to it, the longer it takes for each event. Or redeem or whatever command. Dragonsmith, welcome in. Thanks for checking in. Sorry, Mix It Up had froze there because it was thinking, that's why it took so long. So yeah, once we're in Mix It Up, and it's still freaking out. Sorry, I thought it was done. It's trying to be done. I can see it blinking. Oh, there we go. All right, so it didn't open. There it is. Okay, so what we've got here is a whole bunch of different things. Most of them are for Star Fox 64, right? But they're all inside this random command, right? You saw it just said random, and then I clicked on it, and now it opened up, and everything's indented. So that means it's inside the random command, right? And we want it to do just one, so it chooses one of these every time you hit the redeem, right? And then if we open up one of these, let's say group Falco SNES, it's a group, so it's like a folder, and what it does is it chooses one random group, and in this group it plays both the things that are in there. So first it's got the overlay, which is the images or video, and we've got it set to be image. We've got the file path here, and it's a GIF. You can do animated GIFs or you can do stills. It's got the position here, which I'm using a percentage for this because it's just easy once you've got it. You could do pixels, you could do random, you could do simple, so there's some things you can do there. And then the animations, they're all built in. You could do more with CSS obviously and stuff like that, but it comes with a bunch of already pre-built ones, right? So for these ones, I'm not actually using an animation, which is interesting, but I could if I wanted to. I think I didn't want it because in the game it's got like its own little like bloop 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 kind of thing, and then it like appears, so I kind of wanted it to just appear. You can do HTML. This is like built in, right? So I didn't write any of this, but you can adjust it if you want. You can add CSS if you want. Again, this is generated, so I didn't write any of this stuff. Same with the JavaScript. So like I didn't write any of that stuff. It's all built in. You don't need to know it. The duration, you do need that. That tells you how long the image is on the screen. And then yeah, so that's just the image. And then the sound is really simple. You have a file path for it. You have your audio device. If it's default, then it just plays the default one, and then you have your volume for it. So each one of these gets a different image and a different sound effect, and then we've got them all grouped separately, so it does the right sound effect with the right character. That's what the groups are for. And then it randomly selects one, so that's how that works. This looks fun to set up. Did you also set up Shoutout with Mix It Up? I did, yeah. So the thing with the shout out is, if we go to, and I actually learned this from a tutorial on YouTube. So if we go to basic commands, we've got shout out here. So we'll click edit on this one, and so yeah, I no longer use this chat message because it used to try to do the Twitch shout out, but that didn't work because because it's a bot, you can't use the /. You can only do that as an actual person, and it wouldn't let me do that. So that's why I don't use the Twitch shout outs. Like if I were to shout you out the way Twitch wants you to, I would use / shout out and then type taco crate, and it looks like this, right? But if I do it through using the command SO, it runs all of these. So first it goes Twitch send shout out target username. So there's Twitch commands, right, or Twitch events, and then you set up the target username. This is the explanation, or the thanks for the lurk, Dragonsmith, I appreciate that. It sets up the what do they call that, the special character for your different things, right? So special character target username, that is going to be whoever is after the shout out, right? And then chat message, that's where it says check out target username in chat, right? And then it uses the target user URL, last playing target user stream game. So yeah, target username, all of these things are like the same for everyone, and then it uses the target to build that up, right? So the target was from after the shout out, and then it does that stuff. And then here we've got target user avatar image overlay, and this is an image. It uses, instead of a file path, it uses the URL, which is actually the command target user avatar. And I didn't know any of this stuff, I just figured it out. I set the pixel width and pixel height, so that way it puts your avatar at this position. It's got an animation, and I did bounce in left, bounce out left, and then I did so 3 seconds after it starts, it pulses. It stays on the screen for 30 seconds. After 57 seconds, it pulses. I don't know why it's 57, because it's only on screen for 30 seconds. But yeah, I don't know why that got that way. But then it does it again at 6 and 9 and 12. And then, yeah, I have no idea why it's at 57, but that's the way it's at. So it pulses once it's off the screen, which is interesting. But then text for shout out. So this is an overlay that is just text. And then I set the font name. I added the font before. So the Zero Velocity font was one that I found online. And then I set the font size. I set the paragraph setting, the format, and set the color, the shadow color. You can't set the shadow width, which kind of sucks, but you can set the max width, so that way you can make sure that it's not too big and fills up the whole screen, or goes where you don't want it to go. But yeah, that's all that takes for that. But yeah, the user image, the target user image is an image overlay, and the text is an overlay that's a text. The chat message is just a chat message, and then the Twitch is send shout out. So there's a few different types here. You can do create poll, create prediction, set title, set game, set custom tags, send chat announcement, send shout out, send content classification label, snooze, next ad, set chat settings. So yeah, you can set up a whole bunch of stuff, and it's up to you what is more useful, what's most useful, what you think people will use. Like I use a raid message command and then a set raid message command. So if I wanted to, I could change the raid message and then use set message. And that one's kind of interesting too. Like if we do set raid message, we can take a look at it. So it uses special identifier. So it creates a special identifier. It's called raid message. And then it uses that, or yeah, I've already got the command for raid message. It sets the special identifier, and then it takes the value of all arguments and make globally usable. And then what it does is it takes an action, save to file. File this is a text file that I made called raid message, and it's just a blank text file, but it adds the argument into the raid message, and then it saves. Yeah, so it's whatever I write gets saved into that text file, and then when I do the raid message here, then it pulls that out of the text file. So it does read from file, right? The other one was write to file. This one's read from file, and then it uses the same raid message. It uses the special identifier, and then it also it says the chat message. It says my emotes. It says the raid message, and then it says some more emotes, and then it says another one for an unsubbed raid message. It does the other emotes that are built into Twitch, and then it says the raid message, and then more built-in emotes. So that way, because when you have subbed emotes, you can use those anywhere, but when you're not subbed, you can't. So that's why I have both, so that way people who aren't subbed can still take part of the raid. Although honestly, I usually stream so late at night that by the time I raid, everyone's lurking anyways. So like usually there'll be like 2 or 3 people tops that are using the raid message, but that's okay. As long as, you know, honestly, it doesn't really matter. You know, I used to be like, oh, I should have at least like 2 or 3 people before I raid, but you can raid with just yourself or just one other person or whatever. It's not that big of a deal, because the reality is that if you had 5 people and you're like, oh, I got enough to raid, well, there's a chance that not all those people are going to join the raid. In fact, they could all say, I want to leave the raid because they got other things to do. And that's nothing against you or the person that you're raiding to. Sometimes that just happens, and then you'll be like there by yourself anyways, so it's not that big of a deal. People appreciate you joining, and if you're coming from your own stream, it's actually not a bad thing, because then it shows other people that you stream. They might be interested in what you're doing, and a lot of times people have automatic shout outs set up for raids, so don't feel too bad if no one else follows you on a raid, or if you're raiding by yourself. It's really not that bad. I would appreciate it for sure, and I would treat it, you know, as best as I can, like it's a whole group, and try to get excited, because I know people like that, and I like it myself personally when people get excited about a raid. So and that's why for me I set it so if we go to, and I don't mean to overwhelm you with stuff, you know what I mean, but if we go to events, and then Twitch has its own, it's got YouTube, and I don't know what Trovo is, but I imagine it's another streaming service. And I don't know the Patreon, I don't know what Pulsoid is, I don't know what any of these other ones do. But you can set up Twitch events. And so, like, you can set it up so it says something when you start, when you stop. So if you wanted to, you could clear your chat. I know some people do that, like they don't want people reading their chat, or whatever. They don't want people coming to their stream afterwards and seeing what everyone wrote. However, they can clear the chat afterwards if they want. So here, Twitch channel raided and Twitch channel outgoing raid completed, right? So if you've completed a raid and you want to monitor who you raided, you could actually keep track of that here. But if a Twitch channel raided you, that's what this is, then I set it up so, and this might take a second to load. The raid auto shoutout would be super useful. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm showing you here. Alright, so what we've got is a command, run command, command type chat, command shoutout, and then target username. So that says in chat, shout out this person, right? It runs a command, which I wrote before. I showed you the shout out command. So it automatically does that command with that person's username. and then it says the chat message, welcome raiders, and then everything else, like that's really all you need, right? That if you have that shout out set up that I already did, it runs that command, and then welcome raiders is optional. You can have it say whatever you want. And then what I did was I added an enemy with an enemy idle gif, right? And I'll show you what that looks like if we hit the play button here. See how there's one on the screen, or there's a couple on the screen. One of them's a lurker. One of them came because of this. So if we do this, we'll test all of them. So we'll go and hit this button. We'll say we'll test it once it's done loading here. And now it'll act like we were just raided. So go follow Rick Oakland, and then all of those aliens go on the screen. Alright, that's what all of these squidges are. They're just animated aliens that I set up, so that way we've got all those GIFs all over the screen, like, we just got raided by aliens. And then there's a timer for the shout out, and these things are all on a timer themselves. So if we take a look at it, there's a duration of 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, it goes off the screen. Right on. Well, if you ever have questions about it, I can help you out. You know, I can even make a GIF of these things and send it to you. If you're on Discord or whatever, I'm always happy to chat there and stuff like that. But yeah, so that's about as much as I want to go through. I mean, there's tons more, but otherwise all of a sudden this turns into a mix it up stream, and that's not a bad thing, but I do want to finish what I was doing with Frontrooms so I can get that last jump scare in before bedtime here. It's already at 3:40. I'm gonna sip on my water here. I'll probably experiment on it later. Thank you for the mini tutorial, I appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. But yeah, YouTube is a great place. If you're just looking, you can do a search for Mix It Up tutorials, and there's a whole bunch on there. Some are better than others, obviously, and some are more in-depth than others. Like making the slots took a lot longer than I thought it was going to make. I was like, holy cow. Because I had to come up with every single slot combination. And I put too many symbols, and if I would just use 3 symbols, it would have been easy. But I put like 50 symbols in there, so I had to come up with a combination. Well, not every combination, but enough to make it fun to play, right? Because if there's 50 symbols and there's only one combination that has an outcome, then it's always going to be boring, you know? But that is why most of them are losers. But what I did was then I made a whole bunch of different chat messages for losing. So that, you know, I just got creative with what it says when you lose. So every time you do slots, there's like 30 different messages to say that you lost. Try again. You lose 1 cool point down the drain. You're gonna have to try harder than that. Yeah, so because I use so many symbols, it's actually pretty hard to win the slots game. But I made it really cheap, so once you win, you actually make back all of your losses. Because I made the payout really big, of course, right? And if you get a jackpot, there's an overlay for that and a sound effect. Depending on which jackpot you get, there's like a super mega jackpot or an ultra mega jackpot, and like coins fall down from the screen, and there's like a doo 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 doo, you know, like sound effect and stuff. And it says like ultra mega jackpot on the screen, so like, and only like that's happened only once, like outside of me testing it, but it's kind of fun. I'm excited to play around with it, honestly. I don't, it doesn't look too difficult to figure out. It really isn't. Some of the like the arguments and the special character commands, it's a little bit confusing to wrap your head around. But if you start small, like with the shout out one, I think that's a good place to start. And there are tutorials for that online, like on YouTube, so it shouldn't have too much trouble. And everything after that, like you can take it as deep as you want. I'm pretty sure if you wanted to, you could like write your own widgets and stuff like that, depending on what your capabilities are as as a developer or whatever, but there are a lot of tutorials. I'm gonna try to get that jackpot. That's cool. Yeah, go for it. Sorry if it takes a while, because it might. By the way, this is an expensive hobby you got here. Try to warn you from gambling away all of your cool points. But no, honestly, it's really cheap. It only costs 1 cool point, and I can't remember exactly how many cool points you get, but I think it's like a crazy high amount that you get, so don't worry about spending all of your money. And I can always give you more if you run out. Or you could always just lurk. You lose, but cool points aren't everything. So I've got these call scripts now, but they're all empty, so I need to fill them all up. So we'll start with the east wall on room 2. So we need this group. Right? I need to look at it to make sure. So if we go to this one, event group, wall number 2, yeah, okay, so what we need to do is go to this one actually. And pull the east group, copy it. We'll go to room 2, east wall, paste it here, and that's what we need there. And then north wall. So this one goes north. Copy this one. Room 2 north wall, paste that there. And then we got the south wall. This one takes us south. Copy that group, go to the south wall, paste it there. And then the west wall. This one takes us west. Copy event, west wall, paste. You haven't won nothing yet, have you? But hopefully you win some stream avatar coins. Yeah, I think the super ultra mega jackpot or whatever is 3 infinite symbols. And if it's telling you like you can't send that message more than once, you can just put something after it like slots again, and then it counts as a different message, but it still works. So, yeah. I think you can only do 1 at a time. You did win on stream avatars. Look at that, you got a 777. I think you can only do one command at a time. So if you do fart separately, it'll work, but you can't do it together. Tanker, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for checking in. But yeah, it won't do 2 commands in a row. Oh, thanks for checking in, Taco Crepe. I appreciate that. You've got 1 check-in, so I made it so it keeps track of how many check-ins you got, so that way you get some clout. Like Tanker has got 14. He's checked in 14 different streams. This is his 14th stream that he checked in for. Sometimes people forget to check in, but then you lose that clout. I should probably do that. I mean, it's up to you. You know, different streams are good for different things. Like sometimes I worry that like people will be like embarrassed of how many times they've checked in or something, but I think it's cool, you know. But that's what I was gonna do with the fart one. So that way, cause Indy, he's got a tendency to come in here and just fart, and that's kind of funny, but at the same time it's like, what if we make fun of him for how often he comes in and farts, right? And if he thinks it's funny, I mean that's the even better, right? Because then he comes in and farts and it says you've farted 256 times, and he's like, he just comes in and farts. You know, everyone else who's in here like, why is he farting? They'll get why he's farting. You know what I mean? But yeah, you can do little things like that. Like the farting thing is, the stream avatars fart already. There's like a little, like if you watch my avatar while I do it, you'll see there's a little thing that poofs out of their butt. Right? So they fart down there, and then I was like, well, let's amp it up, right? So I added my own fart sound effect, and then I did the cloud of smoke animation, and then I used the Comic Sans font because it's funny as hell, right? And you know, yeah, they definitely need a fart counter though. That might just motivate them. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I don't mind that he comes in and farts. I want to make it as funny as possible, you know, because if he's gonna do it, I might as well make it funny, right? I don't mind that. He's got a fart redeem on his stream too, like a sound effect, whatever they call that. So like, you know, I don't mind that he does it, but it is kind of funny. Sometimes he'll come in and here and fart, and that's all he says, and he'll just like wander away. But that's fine. I go into his stream and just fish sometimes, so that's cool. There's a wild spiel in chat. So we got all of room 2 now. Now we need room 3. So we'll go over there. We got the east wall here. We're almost done with the jump scares. Well, as far as the code part. 3 paste. The art is gonna be like a whole nother thing, obviously, depending on how many we need. Now a north wall, so that's this one. Copy that. North. Paste. And then south wall. That's this one here. West. And then north. Wait, wait, why is that room 1? Oh, we've got them all. For some reason it's at the bottom. Why is that at the bottom? Did I spell it wrong or something? Jump, scare, room. Oh, there's no space. That's why. Alright, now it's in order. Alright, so now it should work. We should be able to add our second one. I was supposed to stream today, but I ended up just wanting to chill over here and make some offline pixels. Well, I don't mean to pull you away from your stream. You can still stream. I could give you a raid maybe. Otherwise I'd probably raided Pantheon, who's super cool. They do 3D modeling. But yeah, I'm not quite ready for a raid yet, but I will be shortly because it's nearly 4 AM. I don't mean to keep you away from streaming. I mean, I'm glad that you want to hang out. That's totally cool. But yeah, you know, I get that way too sometimes. I'll be like, oh, I want to stream, but there's like these cool streamers online that I want to talk to and learn from, and that actually happened to me today. I was trying to stream around 7 or so, and I ended up not streaming until like 9:30 because I was like, there is another GB Studio dev. There's only like 2 GB Studio devs that stream, like, you know, consistently, and I'm the other one. So I was like, oh, I finally caught their stream. I gotta like say hi and hang out and see what they're up to, and so I did that for a bit. And then, you know, Johnny Manjiro, the designer for Pyrotoad, was chatting with me, so I felt, oh man, I've been neglecting them. I need to make sure that I talk to them. And then before I know it, I'm just like procrastinating and doing other things and not streaming. So I know how it goes. Like, I'm not trying to make it more difficult. Oh, it's fine. I'm mostly just not feeling a stream today. Well, that happens too, and it's good to not push yourself when you feel that, because sometimes streams aren't always as fun as they should be, and it should be fun. It should always be fun. And if it's not fun, that sucks. So sometimes what I do is I come up with like fun things to make it more fun, you know, like a new redeem, right? And sometimes that takes extra time and, you know, extra effort or whatever. But that's why there's so many sound redeems, because I would just like make a new redeem and then I'd stream, and then I'd make another new redeem and then I'd stream, and you know, people like having new stuff to do. So I mean, it's kind of an endless cycle, to be honest, but it's fun for me too. It is time consuming, but it's fun. So now we can finally copy this. We've got all the scripts, all of them done. They're all linked up to all the other rooms. We can copy this and put in our blob. Actually, we haven't put it into the project folder yet. So we need to get the blob from here, copy it from there, and put it into our project folder. Assets, backgrounds, paste. Yeah, I was thinking about what to draw on stream today, and the ones I thought of kind of don't want to do today, but I'm locking in tomorrow for sure. Right on, right on. Yeah, for me, I'm almost always working on a game, so like that gives me things to do, and like I end up doing a lot of the same. Like I've been doing this pretty much since the game jam started. For like the last 2 weeks, I've been doing just this pretty much. Well, I also do Pyrotoad, and I'll do Demon Fish Dead Ahead. And so I was like, I'd start with this, I'd do a room of this, I would do like one wall, right? Like I did the art for this in one stream, and then the next day I did this one, and then the next day I did this one, and then the next day I did this one, and then I'd move on to this room, and then I did this one, and then I think I did this one next, and then I did this one, and then I did that one, and I would slowly build up the rest of it, you know, so that way I have like something to chip away at. But I've also got like projects that I haven't touched in a while that I'm like kind of eager to get back to and do those on stream as well. Oh yeah, I caught you working on Pyrotoad from before Frontrooms. Yeah. Before, like, when Pyrotoad was still like a lot of the work has been done on Pyrotoad now. So like before that, I was really chipping away at it. I was really going hard, like gung-ho, trying to get this done, because it was like I was the bottleneck in like a 2-person team, you know, and I wanted to make sure that like it was getting done, you know. Johnny was super cool about it, you know, because we're like doing a revenue share thing where he's not paying me up front for it, you know. So, and I had a lot going on. I moved, you know. I was taking care of my mom, and then she passed away, and like, so I had like a lot going on these last like 6 months, and like, because I moved 6 months ago, so like a lot has happened in those 6 months, and I was doing a lot like 6 months prior to that even, and Johnny kind of reached out at a good time where I was just finishing one project and starting streaming again, and like looking for another project. Oh, condolences to you and your family. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. It's been rough, but you know, it was, and not to get too like, you know, dark or whatever, but it was brain cancer, and it was, well, my mom was originally diagnosed with breast cancer back in 2013, and she was like in the clear for like 10 years, and then it came back and in her brain, and there was multiple surgeries, and it just kept coming back, and there wasn't anything we could do about it. But in, you know, like it's hard to say, but like a silver lining of that was that we got to know that it was going to happen. And I mean, granted, we were hoping for the best, but all the prognoses told us that like, hey, we need to make sure that like we get everything in order. And you know, it gave me a chance to move in with my mom, spend some time with her, and be there for her, take care of her, and I'm glad that I had that opportunity to know that it was going to happen. Would I want it to happen? No, of course not. I'm very grateful that it wasn't a shock. I'm very grateful that I was able to, like, because me and my mom didn't always get along, so it gave us time to, like, kind of bury the hatchet and, like, make up for lost time, and you know, it was rough. It was not easy. So, like, that kind of helped, I think, you know. But yeah, did this build? What happened here? Did it not build? Where'd it go? Try that again. Oh, you know what? I didn't do something. Let's cancel that. There's this other thing I need to do. So the jump scare decider, it's only got one. So what we want is, we want to bring this up to 2. And then we want to copy this and paste it here. And now we'll say if it's 2, then we want to change it to jump scare 1. Or, well, we need to rename this to jump scare 2. And now it should work. That was important, that last part, because we were running the script and we were making a random number, but it was only coming up with 1, and now it's going to come up with 1 or 2. And also this has the same sound effect, so we'll just leave that for now. It's 4 in the morning. I probably shouldn't be making blob sound effects. That's a beautiful thing. I'm glad you had that. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And like I said, I'm not trying to get too dark or make anyone sad or anything like that, but it's one of those things. Life happens. I'm not the type of person that is like toxic positivity only, you know, like we're positive here, you can't talk about negative stuff here. I'm not like that. If anything's going on, I share it, and if people have things going on, I don't mind that they share it. I try to keep things in a positive light as best as possible, but life is not always positive, and sometimes it's important to learn how others deal with it, how to talk about it, you know, how to express yourself without like extreme anger or violence or anything stupid like that. So it's just, you know, it's important. I think that sometimes toxic positivity is like kind of all over Twitch, right? You say something negative and people are like, oh, we don't talk about negative stuff on this stream, you gotta go. And like, I don't know, if it's like a stranger just coming in randomly and they start saying stuff like that's a little bit weird, but if it's someone who's like been in the stream for a while and they know what's going on, they know the vibes and that, and they're having a bad day and something happened they want to talk about, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I do the same thing. I'm not trying to vent. I'm not looking for therapy. I'm not trying to be a therapist, but it is important to have real conversations from time to time. And yeah, I hardly ever leave the house, so I don't have a lot of other people to talk to about this stuff. Alright, anyways, here we are. We've got this. Yeah, I think you built a safe space over here at your channel though, so it's alright. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. No, I did actually leave the house not that long ago. Last week I went to a board game developer meetup, and that was actually a lot of fun. I brought my card game that I've been developing for like 6 years now, and got people to play test it in person for the first time. That was pretty cool. I've played it on what's it called? Tabletop Simulator. Ooh, that sounds fun. It was fun. It was very fun. So I was living in Phoenix for like 6 years before I moved in with my mom, and there were a lot of game developers there. So like I would go to these game dev meetups, and there were like multiple ones to choose from. So it's acting a little bit funny now. We're still getting that line, and it's like not evenly spaced. Okay, jump scare got you. Uh-oh. We're on to something. Card game scenes is difficult to make. It is. It's not easy to make. It's been a struggle, but also like I haven't been going full time at it. I would like. Oh, we got the same one twice. I want to get the other one. I worked on it and then I played it with some friends on Tabletop Simulator and on Roll20. I realized that it needed work. It wasn't that fun, and I kind of just like sat on it after that. Why are we only getting the one? Where's the other? But now, like, now that I have this, like, because I was playing it, there it is again. I was playing it with non-game devs, just like friends, and that was fun. And they weren't like shy away from telling me how they felt about it, and they were helpful. But it was really helpful to give it to actual board game developers. Like one of them has had multiple Kickstarter projects that have been successful, and it was in person, so like we got the whole like emotion and like face-to-face stuff. It wasn't just type, wasn't just text. And I took like a whole page of notes that these developers have for me. So now I actually am like kind of geared and ready to make the game better. And they had some really great ideas, so I'm excited for it. And they meet up every month, so like I'm gonna keep coming back. It's a Alcoholics Anonymous or something. Keep coming back. We get that again. I'm going to just assume that it's broken. Alright, where is the slime? Why isn't it sliming us? We've got 2 jump scares. We've got the decider. We've got random 1 and 2. Set to random 1 and 2. If it's jump scare, set it to there. And if it's that, set it to there. I just don't understand why it wouldn't be doing this. Nice work catching the Hariyama. So all of these do the same thing. They run the jump scare decider and the jump scare decider. I realized 2 people can catch the same mon. Yeah, that's interesting. So yeah, if everyone throws a Pokeball, sometimes they get it, sometimes they don't. And it's weird. As soon as you throw the ball, it makes the decision. So if you check out on the extension and you like are looking to see if you've caught it, it will show there before it even tells you that you caught it, as long like right after you throw the ball. So if you're like really into it, and like you can like battle and stuff there, and I've never actually battled. There's like a lot of stuff you can evolve the Pokemons. There's so much stuff you can do. It's crazy. Like if I pull up my extension, look at my inventory. I just have so much stuff, right? First of all, I've got 181,000 Pokédollars. I've got 14 basic balls, 3 cherish, 17 cipher, 6 clone, 10 fastballs, 1 frozen ball, 6 geo balls, 20 grape balls, 8 heavy balls, 12 luxury balls, 5 net balls, 1 night ball, 1 phantom ball, 53 pokeballs, 14 premier balls. You get those from streaming. They work just like pokeballs, and you don't even have to use the word premier. It just automatically does it. Will automatically be thrown if you don't have a pokeball. And then we got quick balls, sun balls, timer balls, ultra ball, ultra cherish ball, which increases your chance to get a shiny. And then you've got these, you've got evolution stones, you've got collectibles, and I don't even know what this is, but it says I got an infinite metals chat, so that's interesting. I don't know what this is. Oh, There's a birthday event. Catch event spawns to progress. Find out more on the Discord. They're trying to get you to join the Discord. Or you can follow the people who made it to get more Pokebucks. You earn 10% extra Poke money. So I did that, and that's probably part of the reason why I have so much money. But yeah, if we go to the Pokédex, I've got 725 Pokemon. Got so many Pokemon. I didn't even know there was that many. 2 pages. Lots and lots of Pokemon. You can battle them. I don't know how, but you can. And then I don't know. Honestly, oh, this is like the entire. These are the ones that I don't have, right? And then missions. So if you do these missions, you get extra things. So that's how I ended up with so many weird balls by accidentally doing missions. Like, right, this one, catch Pokemon with less than 400 BST. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. If you complete 4 weekly missions, you get a coin. So yeah, if you're in a lot of streams that do the Pokemon games, then you get that, like maxed IVs and EVs, etc. I haven't touched that since I think people play really competitively. I don't know. I don't really know, honestly. It wouldn't surprise me, but also, like, I bet there's, like, I think you can battle against the AI, maybe? I don't really know. Yeah, I haven't done any of that. You can make teams. I won once. So yeah, you can do private ones. I don't know what that means. Enter the same password as your opponent. Oh, so if you just want to battle someone that you know, then you can battle them that way, I guess. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I really don't know. I'm not the Pokemaster that I should be at this point. I've been playing the game for a long time now. Well, not a long time, but for what, 6-7 months now. So you'd think I would know more about it, but I do not. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Why isn't this working though? I want it to work. Jump scare choice, jump scare choice, jump scare choice, random, min, max. Maybe I'm not understanding how this random works. I'm gonna look that up real quick. GB Studio Math Random. Alright, place this seed random number generator in response to user input to ensure random numbers change between playthroughs. So that might be important. Let's see, math functions. Huh. That's not it. Alright, there's this other one here. Cryptic, welcome in. How you doing? Hey, how was your D&D sesh tonight? How did that go? We're gonna learn about random real quick here. For many games, randomness or RNG random number generation lies at the core of many important mechanics, whether it's fight defining critical hit landed by one of your Pokemon or determining Whether the next Tetramino to grace your players well will be the coveted longbar. There's no doubt that balancing randomness in a game can deliver excitement and engaging experience when balanced with care. Blah 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 blah. Alright. So it looks like it can hit the max value, but mine is not. Oh, look at this. Now rolling a 1 on a D3 dice is twice as likely as rolling any other number. So I think that's what's happening, is there's not enough values for it to give it a real value. So we need to give it more and then just split it in half, I think is what we need to do. So we'll do what? 64, and then we'll do if it's less than, well, we'll do 63 since, oh no, we'll do 64 since 1 is there. So that is 32. And then greater than 32. Oh, we need greater than or equal to 32. My players killed a giant and a ice devil in 2 turns, and one of my players quit. Jeez, wait. Tell us more. First of all, I didn't realize you were a DM. That's super cool. Second, what, did they just have like really good rolls or something? They just kick ass? And then third, why did they quit if they were kicking so much ass? Was there drama? And if it's like personal, obviously you don't have to get into that. But yeah, glad to have you here. Let's give Cryptic another shout out because Cryptic is a mod of mine and they're super cool. Everyone should check out Cryptic if they haven't. They're going to be doing more game dev stuff on stream, and they do arts, and they play games. So I think this should fix it. I think we were just getting 1 a lot, and because there wasn't a big enough sample size for the random to actually work. So yeah, let's try it again. But I imagine Cryptic's at work, so he's probably busy. He does the graveyard shift sometimes. Speaking of graveyard shift, it is nearly bedtime here. I want to see this blob one work. Also, wouldn't it be cool if we made the blob waver? Or maybe we make all of them waver. Ooh, there's a plugin for that too. Did I lose my plugin folder? Oh, I must have copied it into the Pyrotoad game. Whoops. Well, we'll grab this one. Or pasted it, rather. And then we want... this one? Yes. And then plugins. We'll paste it here. So one of the players for this fight has a one-shot for a character that died in another campaign, so I made her overpowered so she dealt 80% of the giant's HP in one turn while the other players rolled high. Oh wow, that's cool. And then drama unfolded? Is that what happened? Or they left because it was a one-shot? Was it planned that they were gonna quit? Ooh, D&D drama. I've never like actually been part of a D&D group. I played a one-shot that was like a homebrew one-shot, and it was a lot of fun, and I wanted to do it again, but it just didn't work out because I moved right afterwards. There's a Shinx in chat. I feel like Shinx pops up every day. Every day we get a Shinx. Out of the 1,000 some odd Pokemon, for some reason we always get a Shinx. The one player that didn't quit, say, or do anything the whole session, and past sessions, they didn't say anything unless prompted to have a part. They just didn't like the way we played, so they decided to drop out. Oh, I see what you're saying. Interesting. Well, are you looking for someone to fill in their spot? Because I would love to play D&D, and I don't have D&D friends. And I would like look for a group or whatever online, but at the same time, like, I kind of like want to at least like know somebody, you know? I don't want to just be like a stranger to the group, you know? I wish them luck and thanked them for playing with us, and they ghosted me after. Oh damn. Well, maybe they had something else going on, you know? Maybe they didn't mean to actually ghost you, maybe they're just busy. Because I know that happens to me, like, we're all like, I'll just like not be able to respond. And then I'll get back to them like a day or two later, or like even a week later sometimes. I'm weird like that. No harsh feelings towards them. Well, I hope it's mutual. I hope that they don't feel that way, or that. Why do we keep getting the same jump scare? I want the other jump scare. See, we got a jump scare, Cryptic. Alright, let's take a look at this random number. I'm starting to wonder how random it is. What's going on with the RNG here? Why is it at 0? Now it's at 4. Now it's at 14. Now it's at 0. Oh wait, that's the other one. We want scene. Oh, scene. This is the one we want to look at. Why is that at 0? It should never be at 0. If you want to play, I would definitely let you join. I would like to play. Yeah, I think that would be fun. Just know I do homebrew skills a lot, so power gaming is a big part. I don't know what power gaming is, but I'm down for homebrew. I'm like a game developer. I'm not trying to, like, honestly, like, I don't know 5th edition rules or anything like that. So like, know that I am not a learned D&D player. I know a little bit just from like conversations that people have and like that kind of stuff. That jump scare is insane. It would have made kids pee themselves in the 90s. Oh, shut up. Not that scary. Is my voice though. But yeah, I'd be down to play. And you know, if anything, I want to, like, you know, see what it's all about, you know. At the same time, if you don't think, see, we're not getting any variable here, so that's really weird. We should be getting not a 0. It shouldn't be a 0 ever. Why is that happening? But yeah, if I'm like not a good enough player, you can always boot me, and that's okay too. Jump scare scene choice. This is supposed to do that. Why would it do such a thing? I don't know why the audio is hiccuping either. I think it's just the emulator. Jump scare decider. Alright, I have an idea. I don't like it. No, that's a bad idea. I don't want to do that. I was thinking we could put random before this. But we shouldn't have to. We shouldn't have to. We love new players. Learning is half the fun. Yeah, I'd totally be down. I've got the free time. When do you guys play? On Sundays? You might have to help me make a character, because I have no idea what's necessary for that, or even how to do it. Like, I know, like, you could just like roll or like come up with a backstory or whatever, but like I don't know what's expected. I don't want to be too weird. This should be a value from 1 to 64, but it ain't. Set to random 164. Pantheon with the raid, welcome in. Well, that was a short stream, or has it been that long? I was lurking, but thank you, welcome in. Appreciate the raid so much, Pantheon. How was the stream? I was lurking, but I was kind of busy with what I was doing as well. Yo, it's the amazing Pantheon 3D. I'm Rick, everybody. If you don't know me, I make games, mostly Game Boy games these days. We're working on a reverse backrooms, reverse anomaly game called Frontrooms Normalities. And this is the jump scare that we're working on. And it's not doing what I want it to do. We're telling it to come up with a random variable here, and it seems to be sticking at 0, which is unfortunate. What if we just change it and then try it? Yeah, it was cool stream. I just feel so tired, it's crazy. Oh, well, I hope that you get the energy you need. If you need to get some extra sleep or eat some vegetables or something, you know, some fruits maybe, something to keep you energized, maybe make some tea or something. It's still not changing. This variable is not changing at all. Weird. But yeah, if you need to take care of yourself, do some after stream stuff, whatever it takes to make you feel better, definitely. I very much appreciate the raid. I think I need to rest a little. I'd be lurking though, brother. All right, well, take care. I hope you feel better, and yeah, feel better. And thank you again for the raid. Very much appreciate it. I was watching Pantheon stream earlier, then my earbuds decided to stop working. Green tea sounds so good right now. Yeah, I don't have any green tea, unfortunately. I need to get some. Yeah, sure thing, worth the raid. You're worth the raid. Well, I appreciate that, very much so. And yeah, everyone in chat from the raid, I actually do 3D animation, but not a whole lot on stream. I did study 3D animation in college, and 3D modeling animation, that was my major, and graduated way back in 2009. I was using Max mostly back then, 3ds Max, and now I use Blender. Sorry about short stream, but need to sort myself out. Yeah, no worries, don't apologize to me. I was just surprised. You're usually still going by the time I go to bed, but it is late, so yeah. But I'm glad you got some stream time in, and I hope that you feel better. You know, I hope that you get the energy you need for the day or the rest or whatever it is. But thank you again. Yeah, so now I do know a little bit of Blender, but not nearly as much as Pantheon. Pantheon's like a whiz when it comes to that stuff, and I know it's deep software. There's probably stuff that Pantheon doesn't know, but it's like endless. You could just keep learning for the rest of your life in software like Blender. But yeah, thanks everyone. Sorry about the ad there. I very much appreciate the raid, and if anyone does any art or anything like that, game dev, 3D modeling, pixel art, anything like that, let me know. I'd love to share it in chat. Blender gets updated a lot too, thankfully. Yeah, because when I first heard about it, I was like reluctant to learn it, and I'm glad I waited because they updated the crap out of it. Pantheon's skill is insane, but he's too humble to accept that. Well, so the thing about learning a whole lot about something is the more you know about it, the more you realize there's things you don't know. So when it's evidence of being really good when you're humble about things like that. Like, I don't know. It goes as deep as what we know about the universe, right? Like, we don't know much about the universe, but we think we do until we get to the age where we're like, oh, there's a whole lot of things out there that we really don't understand, that we just kind of guess at. Same with the brain. The further inside we go, we don't know. We just kind of guess. We just don't really know. And it's really easy for someone who's like in high school or something to think that they know everything. But the more they learn, the more they realize that no, they don't know everything. There's a lot of things they don't know. Same goes with 3D software, with game dev, with pretty much anything, art, music. The more you know that you don't know. And it's humbling, and it's a good thing. It's important to realize that. Like this, I don't know why this variable's not changing even though I'm telling it to. Maybe if we set it to variable A and then variable A and then variable A, and then when we call the script, wait a second, I think I see the problem. I see the problem. We're not actually calling the script. We're only calling it through this door. I see the problem. Let's go back on that. I don't want to. Wait. I see what I did wrong. We'll set this back to what it's supposed to be. So what I did was I put it on this door and was like, oh, I did it, but we need it to be on every single trigger in the entire game, and it's just not. so it's not on this one. See, we've got it just going to the jump scare thing, if the jump scare thing is random. So we want it to go to call the jump scare script on all of these. So it's going to take another minute before we have it all. Let's throw on that background music. Well, at least we know what the issue is. But it will take a second to fix. We got to go through every single trigger once again. So I'll probably crash after we get this working, because this is going to take a minute. There's a Gossifleur in chat. That's a fun one to say, Gossifleur. Oh, this one was broken anyways. That's weird. We never tested that trigger, but if we would have hit that one anytime, it would do a jump scare, even if or without the random, whatever. The random wouldn't have mattered, which is funny. But it wouldn't have been funny if I didn't find that bug. So I'm glad we found it. So in a way, this is a good thing. I'm double checking my work and hopefully not making any more bugs while we're at it. Because that could happen. It's happened before. Sorry if I get kind of quiet here. I'm going into work mode again. Just really want to get this done. Sloth and I did some talking, so we have a game plan. I'll begin making 3D models for the first level. Cool, cool. Are you gonna start with like a room? Or like an outdoor scene, or... Level 0 of the back rooms, then generic assets that will be placed in the scene so we can choose what we want for anomalies. Ah, I see, I see. Sure you don't want to do a front room? Front rooms are fun. Alright, I think we got all floor, or room 1. Oh, yeah, those are locked. Noise. We also got plans for a twist. We're not just dealing with anomalies, but entities and puzzles have a chance to be an anomaly. Interesting. Oh, this one has the right script. Look at that. That's cool. Do all of these? These ones have the right script. That's such a relief. Oh my gosh. That means I think I'm already done. Because like when I added all the other ones, I put the updated one, but I didn't put them on the first room. Oh my gosh, that is a massive, massive relief. Holy cow. All of them are done. What about these ones? These ones are done. What about these ones? Oh, that moved over. That's weird. What about this one? Done. 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 Alright, alright. I am happy with this. This one done. Done. Alright. All of those are done. Alright. Now we can test it. Now it will actually work. Yay! I am so excited for that. There was like, I don't even know, like 40 more things that I would have to click on and do. Like multiple clicks and multiple drags and I already did them. So that's why I was like freaking out why I was hitting that bug, because I thought I had already done all of that. But I had only done it for the later rooms, not the first room. I had to go back and do that first room. Alright. And it's not even 5 a.m. Yeah, whoop whoop. Yeah, for real. Oh, now I've got no one to raid. This Pantheon raided us. We'll do a search for pixel artists. Oh no, there is not a lot of pixel artists on right now. Here, this is one, Jelly Bun. HVidFair is streaming. If you know him, I know him through Pantheon. What kind of what kind of stream is that? Let me take a look, because we might stream, or we might raid Jelly Bun eating your pixels. It looks like they do pixel art, which is cool, but they're also like doing 3D pixel art, low poly 3D pixel art, so I'm not even sure what they're using. Doesn't look like Blender. But yeah, I'll take a look and see your friend there. Oh, they're doing art? Well, we got options now, so that's good. I don't mind either way. I'll be hopping off stream when you do. Hey, we got the blob. We got the blob. But yeah, I don't like the way that we've animated it, so maybe we should fix that before we raid out. We've got the light effects, and it's like 0.4 and 0.4, and that just doesn't work. Maybe we do 0.5 and 0.5, is that why? Maybe? But also we can do the scanline effect now too. Of course, that's like a whole nother can of worms, probably. But it'll look cool if we get it working. let's just put that at the top. It doesn't need to be in that. All right, and then we'll do a build on a ROM so we can see what it's like. Your pixel art skills crazy good though. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, we did both of these on stream. The zombie one I'm not that done with, honestly. I feel like the hands are still sketchy, and like the face could still be improved, and like everything's just really sketchy. I wanted a sketchy look with it, but it's like there's like stray lines and stuff still, so I don't know. This one is a little bit more completed, I feel like. But yeah, mostly I was using the dither tools. So like I owe it all to like dither gradients. It definitely made the piece look better. I have been like using them quite a bit at this point, so I kind of know some tricks and how to make them look cool. I've experimented with it quite a bit. And then yeah, got my signature waves in there. Whenever I doodle, I do this like this wave pattern like a lot. I've been doing it ever since I was a kid. Part of the reason why my studio is called Wave Games, although people pronounce it WAV because there's no E, and that's okay. I mostly want to see if the audio glitches out at all. It's running really quick actually. So it's like a 1 in 16 chance. Oh, so yeah, it looks like that's not working, unfortunately. Like it's moving those over, but it's being interrupted, it seems. Also, it seems like there needs to be a wait after each one. So scanline cutoff. Where is the scanline cutoff? So we don't want a scanline cutoff. And then we want the effect. So would a jump scare be an anomaly or a normal? It would be an anomaly. Which is normal. So yeah, I'm gonna have to put something in that says like, don't worry about jump scares kind of thing. I don't know how I'm gonna word it, but basically say like, report or jump scares don't affect report, something like that. Because you can just turn them off. They're not going to affect the game. They're just going to be like an added little thing to scare people and make it fun. But a lot of work to put them in there. It's like almost 2 days of work just to get them to work. All right, so what we need to do then is do another 0.5 weights. Copy, paste. All right, so we'll do one. What if we do 0.6 and then we do 0.3 and 0.3, right? That equals 0.6, so that should work. And then we'll do the same thing for this one. So we'll do 0.6 there, 0.3 here, and then we'll copy that event and put it there. And then the scanline thing, if we go into the code, we can actually edit it. This code right here. It's in C, but it's pretty easy to read. No. So somewhere in here, so we've got the line end, and then in here we have the speed. So we can adjust this and make it something else. And I don't know what numbers to make it, but we'll do 1 and 1, and we'll see what happens. Right? There's a way that we can set as starting scene. We can just test right into that, so that'll make it a little bit easier to adjust the code and then check it. We still have to build it, but it shouldn't take too long. Any day now. Alright, linking. It's the last step. So we've got that moving quickly, but it's still not doing what it's supposed to do. And then we've got this glitch down here. So I think maybe we keep that other number at 5. But yeah, still it's not doing what we want it to do, unfortunately. So the speed looks good, but I don't know why it's I don't know. We could grab the one from Pyrotoad though. That might actually be the best way to do this. Oh, things are slowing down here. Oh, Cryptic, you sent me a message. Oh, cool. Yeah, I appreciate that. Alright, so let's go to the Pyrotoad folders. Because it would be awesome to get that scanline effect in here. But there will probably be garbage on the sides, but that won't be the end of the world. Plugins. Wait, where are we at? We're in the wrong game. So we want not mine from Johnny. And we've got all of these old builds. And only some of them have that scanline effect. So kind of have to go in and find it. I feel like this one might. Nah, that one doesn't have it. No, I can't remember when we added it, so that's an issue. But then we took it out at some point also. Oh, there it is. So if we take a look at this one, oh, I clicked the wrong thing. So this is what we actually want. 8 and 8 and that, and yeah, so we'll close this and we'll just copy this and paste it over the one that I added. Alright, now we'll build it again and we'll see what it does. And if it's still broken, then you know. Are you a silly goose, Cryptic? You being a silly goose? You rocking out, Taco Crepe? I appreciate you guys hanging out with me this late. Well, I imagine it's not super late where Taco Crepe is, but it's super late here. Yeah, it's super early, 5 a.m. It's morning time for normal people who work normal hours. 6 p.m. over here. There you go. We're like nearly 12 hours apart. We probably would be, except for there's daylight savings time. Do you have daylight savings? Maybe you do. Or was it British summertime? Excuse me. No daylight savings over there. Right on. So, would that be 12 hours apart, or... Wait, I can't remember what daylight savings is. It's so confusing. I don't know why anyone does it. I don't think we're responsible enough to maintain that anyways. You know... Oh, the build was canceled? Why was the build canceled? Don't do that. Don't cancel the build. Sometimes it just cancels. Maybe it's because of that, but it'll work. I just need to keep trying. When I was living in Phoenix, most of Arizona doesn't have daylight saving. So but I was working at a call center dealing with calls from all over the country, so I'd have to know the time change, even though it didn't affect me. It was weird. So it affected me, it didn't affect my time, it still affected my work though. Yeah, I had clients over at your time zone and it does get tricky. Yeah, it does, for sure. Especially because people over here, they're just oh, it's Central Standard Time. It's but it's daylight savings time. They were like, but it's Central Standard Time. You mean Central Daylight's time? They're like, what is that? That's what it's called during Daylight Savings Time. When you observe Daylight Savings Time. It's like, oh my god. It's ridiculous. It keeps saying cancel build. Scanline start. Oh, I see what's happened. Because I've changed it. But I didn't change the rest of it. I know what's going on here. Alright, starting over. Modified scanline. We're gonna take this whole... Wait. No, that's not the one we want. We want... this one. We're gonna take this whole folder, copy that one, bring it into this one, delete this one, and paste it. Oh, yeah, delete it. Do that. It won't let me delete it. Paste it? Can we paste it and replace it? Let's try that. And then we'll do scanline, enable, and then we'll do scanline, but we'll copy it. And then I don't think there's any other scanline events for this plugin. Just enable and oh, there is a set scanline. So we'll set that, and we'll do that here. I don't know why it was weird, but it was set scanline. All right, and then we'll hit play. Abolish daylight savings time. We're talking about it. I mean, as a country, but also as a state where I'm at. This state is talking about doing it, even if the country doesn't do it. Which I agree with, honestly. It's going to be confusing no matter what, though, because there's always going to be other countries that you have to deal with as a freelancer, at least, that they do or don't. And then there's going to be other states that decide that they want to or not to. Or if we do it as a country, it will help. But, yeah. It's kind of an outdated thing. From what I understand, it was to have more hours of sunlight. Abolish time, there you go. Time is just an illusion. Except anarchy. Shit, we're about to be forced to as a country. Damn, internet keeps cutting out. Well, it's not my fault. I didn't cut it. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it works for you. Oh snap, it's almost working except that there's that weird line. I have no idea why. Why is that line there? Maybe it has something to do with this cutoff thing. Let's get rid of that and see what happens. Try it again. Oh wait, I did the wrong thing. Cancel, cancel. Go back. Go back. Go back. Can't we undo? Undo. Alright, we'll just copy this and delete this and paste this over here. And now we try it. But that sucks about your internet. Hope that it starts working and Also, I hope this starts working. Otherwise, we do away with the scanline effect. We were trying to get it to work in Pyrotoad, and then we ended up not using it in Pyrotoad because it was like causing so many issues. So, like I said, it's kind of a can of worms. Although I am networked with the creator of this plugin. Like I test their game. They DM me. We talk about things, mostly about GB Studio things, but we are acquainted. I wouldn't go as far to say that we're friends, but we're cool with one another. They asked me to test their game, and I was like, yes, I would love to test your game. Their game is awesome, by the way. Yeah, so I don't know why it's doing that. He's eating his own brain. You see that? He's eating his own brain. But it's weird. We've got like a finger. Go away, Bane. We've got this line here, and then this line there. It's just real weird. The funky zombie. But also the timing's weird, right? Because it's like on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. Kind of like, so it's like sitting on the non-inverted screen longer than it's sitting on the inverted one. And that's weird, because it should be happening every 0.6 seconds, and then it should wait for 3 seconds with it on, and then 3 seconds with it off.
My name is Eon Flux. I'm here on a mission to assassinate Trevor Goodchild. Is everybody listening? Do you believe me? Everybody happy now?
We were getting that weird line with the scanline effects too, though, so I don't know, maybe we just disable this event.
My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
And try it without it, because clearly that's what's doing it. Why is it doing it? I don't know. I don't know why it's doing it. Thanks for the redeems, everyone. Some asshole cooked fish in the microwave. Oh my god. I hate work microwaves. That's the worst. Like, we all gotta share this break room, yo. Like, come on. Just gotta burn some popcorn to get back at him. Then they have the audacity to say, it smells in here. The same person who cooked it. The person who smelted it, delted it. Jeez. So yeah, the timing's still off. But at least it's not like... Oh, we're still getting that weird line every once in a while too. Maybe that's just the engine. Or the emulator. But... what if we wait for 0.6 seconds there? I want this to be perfect so that way I don't have to like keep going back to it. But it's getting late. I really wanted that scanline effect to work. It's weird that it's like doing that thing where it's cutting it in half, because it wasn't doing that for Pyrotoad. I want to like look at that code some more and figure that out. It's still doing the exact same thing. So the wait function doesn't do anything after it. Because this is kicking on too quickly. Let's try it again. One more time. Is the cat biting the couch? Jeez. That's hilarious. First I was like, what is that? What's going on there? One of these days. It's still hanging on the normal one for longer. I don't understand why. So we set the colors inverted. Oh, I see why. Because this is the long one. This is the short one. Durr. Let's try it again. I don't want to time how long it takes to build. 18. It just went over to 18 right after I hit the button. adds 1 minute. Linking. One minute 30 seconds. About 1 minute 35 seconds or so. Well, at least it's the same time. Like, and if it's like this, no one's gonna like get a seizure from it. We should still have a warning, but like that way, if I like share a GIF, it's not gonna give anyone a seizure. Well, hopefully not, but if they get a seizure from this, they probably get barraged by the shit, and they probably just stay away from places where GIFs happen. We could speed it up, but let's just leave it for now. I say we do a GIF with all the rooms and the jump scares, and then we call it a day. So that way we can post it in people's chats or whatever, and Discord and whatnot. So yeah. I would say make a video of it so we can get the sound effects and the music, but those are too big for links mostly. Unless we put it on a Google Drive, but then people get all like, are you sending me a virus? Let's get that GIF software up because we got another minute and 30 seconds. Screen to GIF. There it is. Alright. We'll hit record, we'll click, and we will play the game. We'll do the explanation real quick. We'll go to each room fairly quickly here. Oh, the finger doesn't point. There's a bug there, but that's okay for this GIF. Alright, so let's get rid of the pointer at the beginning. we'll delete the first 4 frames. We can get rid of some of these frames at the end because they're just not doing nothing. And then we will make it bigger because it's mostly still, and the last time it was like kilobytes, so we'll like make it 800. Or wait, we'll go 800 here, and then we'll apply. Alright, we've got this. We'll export it as Alpha 2. Big edits. We'll just call it Alpha 2. Well, it looks like that jelly bun stream is about to end, so we will probably raid to HVidFair. Alright, yep, 2 megabytes, super small still. So we've got our GIF. We can take a look at it, and it's over here. Cool. Well, that works. Pretty happy with that. Close this. Guess we want exits. We want to save this. Alright, let's... Oh. They raided out too. Everyone's already raiding out. Oh no, we lost HVid Fair. Let's see. This person's doing pixel art, and they've only been up for 2 hours. We'll take a quick listen. Oh, it's not English. I don't even know what language that is. Well, that's too bad. I only have people that's gaming. All the artists have stopped. Well, Jellybun's still going. Maybe we can raid her before she raids out. Alright, yeah, we'll try to raid her before she raids out, and then we won't have to worry about it. Yeah, let's do this. Wait, I need the name. I'll go ahead and eat dinner. Thanks for the chat and the stream. See you later. Yep, thank you Taco Crip for hanging out. Appreciate it. And Cryptic as well. Thank you both for hanging out this late into the stream with me. I very much appreciate it. And thank you for everyone who's been lurking. I appreciate that as well. We are going to raid, so let's get the raid message going. Have a great day, y'all, or good night. Thank you, I appreciate that. Or good morning. And then raid this person. Ah, they won't let us raid, probably because they're ending their stream. That sucks. Or maybe we don't have enough streamers or viewers. What about this person?
Wants to play next fest games. When it's our next fest for me will be October.
Alright, we'll raid this person. Cakes77. They're a game dev, software game development, item system, playing gnomes. I don't know what they're doing. But they're doing software and game development. Apparently they're making a game, maybe, I think. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Thanks again, everyone. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Kixie, for the gift sub. It's very kind of you. Cryptic for hanging out all night, and the lurks, and Taco Crypt for being here all day. And yeah, everyone's been super cool. We got a lot done, and it's been an awesome stream. We'll see you on the other side. I'm hitting the button. Bye.
I was also experimenting a bit with this here.